Ladies and gentlemen, so I would like to invite to the stage the Minister of National Defense of Poland, Mr. Mariusz Błaszczak, Director of the Nato Strategic Communication Center of Excellence, Mr. Yanis Sarts, and Director Commandant of War Studies University, Dr. Robert Kosowski, and Director of the Operational Center of National Defense, Acting Director of the Academic Center for Strategic Communication, Ms. Agnieszka Glapiak. I would like to ask Ms. Director Agnieszka Glapiak to open the conference. Good morning. Today it's the September 17th. September 17th, a very important date, a significant date, as the slogan of our conference, Information Independence. Ladies and gentlemen, information can be a tool, but it can also be an object of the attack. And the word is an weapon, and our guest knows it best. Mr. Minister Mariusz Błaszczak, Minister of National Defense of Poland. Mr. Yanis Sarts, Director of the NATO Strategic Communication Center of Excellence, and Brigade General Mr. Robert Kosowski, Rector Commandant of the War Studies University. I would like to welcome the leaderships of the national defense, representatives of national administration, military, journalists, experts who've been working with the problem of communication, social communication and strategic communication, and all our friends in this room of the War Studies University and people joining us online, for whom effective communication is a key to save life. Ladies and gentlemen, Academic Center for Strategic Communication, acting at the War Studies University, has been acting only since May, but we are not wasting our time, because time in communication is very important. At War University, students will be taught about communication, strategic communication. The program was developed by our experts. We also cooperated with the Strategic Communication Center of Excellence in Riga. We published 3 issues of the bulletin, and today, for the first time, and I hope not the last time, we are holding a conference, Information Independence. We want to build resilience of the society to disinformation and to fake news. So we would like to invite everyone to the debate, to the common cooperation, to fight with this information. Let's fight together with fake news and with disinformation. With today's conference, we open a campaign, Fake Odporni, so resistant to fake. So we will tell you how to inform others in times of disinformation and how not to accept fake news. Remember, information can be a tool and a subject of the attack. In today's world, we communicate every day, 7 days a week. In the Ministry of National Defense, in the Polish military, we know that communication is very important. We are doing quite a lot, but we need to tell you about it, because if we don't tell you about it, then it's like we didn't do anything. And I think Mr. Mariusz Błaszczak knows it well, because he, without the spokesman, informs about the work of the Ministry of National Defense. So, Mr. Minister, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Directors General. ministers, generals, professor, ladies and gentlemen. It is true that only conscious and well-informed society may be resilient to disinformation, may be resilient to fake news, resilient to all these threats that are real in today's world, in 21st century. Disinformation is a weapon, indeed. It is used particularly by our Western neighbor. That is why it is no coincidence that we've invited here the director of NATO's Center of Excellence that deals with strategic communication. And it is of no coincidence that I have appointed within the War Studies University, I have appointed the Academic Center for Strategic Communication. And again, it is no coincidence that Director Agnieszka Glapiak, the director of the Operations Center of the Ministry of Defense, deals with or leads that particular center. We want the Polish society to be well informed, we want disinformation and fake news produced by our eastern neighbor is we can defend from these attacks, that we can stop anything that is related to attempts at influencing Polish society. We are now, ladies and gentlemen, in a very important moment here. We're meeting on the 17th of September. In 1939, Poland, back then fighting with the German oppressor, was attacked by the Soviet Union on this very day. And then a great wave of disinformation arrived to our state. And it happened long time after the war finished. And I think we still feel the effects of that time, of these decades. The heroes of the 1920 war for decades needed to wait to be honored, to be respected, particularly due to the situation Poland was in after the Second World War, the Moscow domination on the Polish lands. So we're trying to make up for everything that was caused by the historical event. We're trying to show the real face, real image of our Polish history. We're trying to show our pride of Polish heroes. And we're also meeting in a difficult time related to the hybrid attack by the Lukashenko's regime, not only on Poland. It was also this attack was also commenced on Lithuania and Latvia, and this hybrid attack is accompanied by disinformation and by fake news as well. I wanted to emphasize that the Polish military, Polish army, not only supports the border guard on the Polish-Belarus border, but we also conduct an informational campaign. Example, a campaign entitled Strong Support by the Territorial Defense Force. The campaign led on the border areas, and it's based on speaking with regular people, supporting the citizens of these areas, starting a call line that people can call, and the members of Territorial Defense Force will answer all the questions, all the doubts, and then issuing a bulletin, a brochure that informs the citizens of these affected regions. With correct information. This is the best way for the true information to reach these inhabitants of these regions that are undergoing pressure of the hybrid attack, on one hand, that aims at creating a migrant crisis on the Polish-Belarus border, which is also the border of the European Union. So the plan of our eastern neighbor is to repeat the migration crisis of 2015. And we all well know that that Lukashenko's regime is only in power because of the Kremlin support. So we can look at this, and we should look at this in a broader context. So, strong support campaign conducted by the Territorial Defense Force is aimed at these inhabitants of these border regions to be able to be well informed about the situation. But it's also aimed at supporting the local authorities in terms of cybersecurity, because this is also a challenge that we need to face. Challenge related to threats, to methods of influencing the society by foreign services that try to paralyze local authorities, that try to paralyze all these forms of channels of information that are usually used in this in such situations. So these are all the events that we're facing right now, challenges that we need to overcome and that we try to learn from. Using the opportunity, I would like to thank the soldiers of the Polish army, not only the members of the Territorial Defense Force, but also the operational army, especially from the 16th Mechanized Division that protect our border on an everyday basis, supporting the Polish Border Guard. And in terms of the institutions that deal with combating disinformation, I have enumerated Center of Excellence working in Riga. I have talked about this new institution, the Academic Center for Strategic Communication, operating at the World Studies University. But I'd also wanted to emphasize that we are making contacts with the Nato states that undergo such challenges or face such challenges as well. I had the honor of signing with ministers of defense from the Visegrad Group. I had the pleasure of signing an agreement that is about exchanging experience and cooperation in this very area, strategic communication. So we're operating in the North Atlantic Treaty, but we also cooperate closer with the states of our part of Europe that belong to NATO, that undergo such attacks and that face similar threats and challenges. I would like to thank everyone for organizing this event, for giving us this platform to meet today. And I wanted to ensure you that the Academic Center for Strategic Communication will be active, will organize courses, trainings, exercises. So I would like to encourage you all to take part in these endeavors, because thanks to that, we're able to preserve and strengthen the security of our nation, of our state. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister.
Now I would like to pass the floor to the Director of NATO Strategic Communication Center of Excellence, Mr. Janis Sarc. Sir.
Dziękuję bardzo, Greg, pan minister, pani dyrektor, pan general. That is how much I know Polish. Okay, well, thank you very much for invitation and congratulations for having an initiative to set up this center. It is very important. It is very important because already in the past centuries, there was an understanding. The one that controls or has an ability to control the thoughts of the opponent, of an enemy, wins the conflict, wins the fight. It is still true today, but the tools are changing. The boundaries are changing. The ways to do it changes. Increasingly, most of our societies receive information in the online environment. Social media, Facebooks, Instagrams, YouTubes, TikToks. All of these are places where people, including soldiers, view the world, see what happens. And that is, of course, also the ways the disinformation, information attacks occur. The technologies like big data and artificial intelligence have a big role in the way we think about things, but also is having and will have even bigger role how the disinformation and information warfare happens. So that is a very, very dynamic area that doesn't have boundaries, and that not only targets military, it targets the societies. And it is, as we speak, used by the countries that mean harm to us as a Western societies. It is not easy to answer that, because in a democracy, we value freedom. We value freedom of expression. We value freedom of thought. But we should not accept when somebody uses that freedom from outside to make us weaker, to make us more vulnerable, to make us surrender. And that is what we face. That is what we face today. What we'll face even more in the future. Because as I said, these technologies that are evolving as we speak are going to transform the information warfare further to the point that things that we never thought are possible will be possible. So we have to find an instrument how to defend now. NATO, in its document on NATO 2030, underlined the importance of strategic communications. I imagine also the upcoming strategic concept will talk about the importance of being able to fight information confrontations, information warfare, and win it. It will talk about the societal resilience to these things. But somebody has to lead, because this is an area, as I've described, moving very fast. Somebody has to look every day after what is happening in information space. What are the new vulnerabilities being developed? Who is under the attack? By whom? Therefore, it is very, very important to have these academic centers that develop these capabilities, that think about it, that have the capacity to think it. And I'm also very pleased about the document we're signing today, because it is about ability to train. Because what I say is, in 10, 15 years from now, no military commander will be able to be successful without a very good understanding and ability to use strategic communication. Because you know what? Everything communicates. Every deed the commander decides to do communicates. Every decision not to act communicates. And that has to be part of the way we operate. We have to adapt to these things. Increasingly, we, back at NATO Center of Excellence, we talk about the future of the cognitive dimension of a conflict, which we strongly will believe is shaping up as we speak. Therefore, it is important to have people that both understand it, have tools to operate in that space, but also, most importantly, have people that can do that, have commanders that can understand that and use it, and have a system that always looks for the future, adapts for the future. Because, as I've said, this is one of those areas where technology plays one of the key roles. And as you know, in a technological sense, 3 or 5 years is a huge distance. And that is what we have to keep pace with. Adapt, learn, understand, and apply. And therefore, I'm so pleased by the establishment of the center. We're ready to cooperate. We're ready to share the experiences, as well as have a joint projects that I will discuss later on with my colleagues here. And I'm so happy that we can accredit or make a point in accreditation of the center's ability to train people that will be so much needed in the future to protect our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your speech. And teraz chciałbym zaprosić.
And now I would like to ask Rector Commandant of the War Studies University, Dr. Robert Kosowski, to take the floor. The Minister Generals, distinguished guests, the universal access to information from various sources and fast and easy dissemination of information through social media and parallel emerging fake news. This is the information world in a nutshell in the 21st century. Information, both real and distorted, has always had a huge impact on security in different aspects. But today, all processes related to communication are faster than ever before, and thus it can become a source of not only disinformation, but also many threats of different nature and scale. I think we can even say that information can become a modern weapon of mass destruction, maybe not in the kinetic domain, but in the huge range of influence on different areas. Information has become an excellent tool for modeling hybrid conflicts going on below or in front of the war. In recent years, we increasingly experience. That is why we're glad that is within the walls of the War Studies Academy we can now talk about the importance of broadly understood strategic communication. And your participation, such distinguished guests' participation, is the best proof that the issue is current and important. We hope that this conference will be an appropriate platform for disseminating knowledge in the field of strategic communication, not only in the context of its use in the Polish armed forces, but also as a tool for increasing public awareness on the issue of threats arising from this group, from this area. And I'm confirmed that these conclusions drawn from the conference will be possible to implement into practice as soon as possible. Minister, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to today's conference, and I would like to wish you all an interesting and open discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. And now a very important and symbolic moment from the very beginning of the presence of the Center for Strategic Communication. We've been working to improve the strategic training, not only in relation to workers of the National Defense Department and soldiers, but also people outside the armed forces and international environment. One of the first institutions we've dealt with was the Strategic Communication Center of Excellence in Riga. We want to build this potential in Riga and also trained forces to work in NATO, because NATO is the guardian of the strategic communication. So having this certification of Center of Excellence was our main goal. So now, with your presence, Ms. Agnieszka Glapiak and Director Sarts will sign a document that opens the Academic Center for Strategic Communication. It opens for this center a way to NATO certification. The signing is accompanied by the Polish Minister of National Defense and the Rector Commandant of the War Studies University in Warsaw. In August this year, we signed in Riga a cooperation agreement, and today we are harvesting its fruits. The course designed by our expert was consulted with experts from Riga, and today, with her signature, the director certifies that the Academic Center for Strategic Communications wants to train international personnel for service in NATO, and the director of the NATO Stratcom COE states that the course was developed in accordance with the NATO's recommendations. Thank you, Ms. Director, Mr. Director, Minister General. Let's take a photo together. So it's time for journalists to take a photo. Again, thank you. And now I would like to invite everyone for a break. We see each other at 9:50.
Welcome. We're starting the first panel in our conference. The panel which will try to define what is strategic communication. We'll talk how to convey the message, information in an easy and understandable, comprehensive method. We're going to talk about the events, the influence of the pandemics. We have invited experts, those who direct entities related to communication or institutions, scientists as well. So I would like to welcome Ms. Agnieszka Glapiak, Director of the Operational Center of the Minister of National Defense, Acting Director of the Academic Center for Strategic Communication. Professor Jadwiga Stawnicka, Head of the Public Security Department at the University of Physical Education in Katowice, Ms. Katarzyna Kruk, Facebook Public Policy Manager, Major General Wiesław Kukuła, Commander of the Territorial Defense Forces, and Mr. Rafał Stańczyk, who is joining us online, a correspondent of the Polish television in the USA and for many years a war correspondent. Thank you for being with us so early, because it's 4 a.m. in the morning in the US, I think. A brief technical information. We are being broadcasted online, so all those who watch us online can ask questions via Zoom, but also we want to give this same opportunity to the audience in the room. There are microphones on both sides of the seats, and you will have the opportunity. My name is Mateusz Kurzajewski. I'm Deputy Director of the Operational Center of the Ministry of National Defense. Question to Ms. Glapiak. It's said that the modern person communicates 5 times more often than their predecessors, but is more frequent mean also more comprehensive, more understandable? In my many years of career working in communication, I learned that spontaneity, acting on your intuition is best, but also on the other hand, there are things that are always that need to be thought through, and they could need to be well constructed. So how does cooperation of different institutions look like in practice? Without communication, there is no life. It's like with no water nowadays. If we do a lot and we don't talk about it, then it is as if we didn't do it at all. Communication in the institution or through an institution is very important. I would define it as communication between the authorities, the directors of the institution, and the citizen. Last year, I conducted a study. How does it look like in the public administration in voivodeship offices? And it's good, I would say. Public authorities understand strategic communication. In all the ministries, the topic of the social communication is discussed, and there are departments dealing with social communication. Only in 3 ministries ministerial offices are responsible for that communication. And in the voivodeship offices, voivodeship departments are, so the units are quite high in the hierarchy, dependent directly to, or answering directly to the management, are responsible for communication. Communication is respect for the recipient and trust for the author of the message. Such strategic communication that needs to be fast, that we should use and employ if we want to say something very important. Such communication should be up to date, should be timely. You don't have time to wait. You don't have time to work long on a message. It needs to be written quickly. Journalists need to be informed quickly. and also the society via social media. Secondly, such communication needs to be credible, needs to be reliable. It can't be just a gossip, a hearsay. It needs to be attractive, thirdly. It's very important, especially nowadays. People are used to the fact of catching images, not so much content or text. But also needs to be correct linguistically. We need to formulate our thoughts correctly. We don't have to be overcomplicated, use difficult words that won't be understood by our recipients. So, good communication, again, is thought through. Not always possible, but I think experience, spontaneity help here, I would say. Thinking on your feet helps. And everything needs to be well thought. And one more important thing, it needs to be coherent, especially in informing in the times of crisis. The more opinions, statements about a certain topic, about a crisis situation, the worse the situation becomes. Chaos ensues, and the final recipients can't really work out the course of events. You mentioned the pace of communication, the speed, which is important from the institutional perspective, but also can be dangerous. And I wanted to ask Professor Stawnicka. You authored over 180 articles, including 20 monographs. You're a court expert in terms of stalking, linguistics, and so on. And we talk about communication, but it can be a threat. It can be dangerous as well. How can you assess a perpetrator based on communication, way of communication? Before I answer the question, I wanted to tie in to the first part of your question, that the communication can be dangerous. If we were to think, what are the threats what are the most intense in the contemporary world, we would definitely enumerate information overload and disinformation, which accompanies the former. Tying into what Ms. Director said, I wanted to give you an example, as it allows you to think better what information overload is. It's from one of the books about marketing. If we wanted to address each website, so we wanted to browse each website and spend a minute on each one, we would need to leave for 300,000 years. And this is information from 2010. So from a decade ago. Within a month, we absorb more information than our grandparents in their whole life. And in the one issue of New York Times, there is more information than people in the Middle Ages absorbed in their whole lives. So excess information, information overload, and disinformation are very important definitions here. Since you asked how can linguistic factors betray the perpetrator, I will address it in the context of disinformation. As you said, I'm a linguistics court expert, and as far as I know, I'm the only person in Poland that makes such analysis. So based on linguistic features, based on idiolect of a person, of an author of a given text, you can, if you have comparative material, you can answer whether this is the same person or not. Moreover, if you have a text and you don't know the author, you can, based on the linguistic features, you can reconstruct this person's linguistic view over the world. So create a certain linguistic profile, if you will, of this person. Again, getting to examples. If we have a piece of information, how can we fight with this information? In order to uncover it, to demask it. to show that this is to prove that this is disinformation. But again, two examples. I prepared two for you to then go to the clue of your question before that you asked. I'm sure you remember in the Lubuskie province, there was an information about a bilateral agreement conducted between the Polish state and the Germany about all the owners of residential houses. They should go to the authorities and present the act of ownership of this property. Otherwise, they will stop being owners of this property. When I analyze this fragment, there are 4 linguistic errors there. There are linguistic features that show that with great probability, the person who probably created this message was from Russia or uses Russian as a first language. And this is very important because it allows us to identify the source of the information. I want to give you maybe more examples about particular linguistic elements or ways of demasking the disinformation, but still, it's very important. If we have a lot of anonymous information, on the internet you deal with a lot of anonymous information, and based on linguistic features, we are also able to answer a very important question. What is the possibility of the same person being the author of different comments, for example, under the article, based on linguistic features? So, if there is an idiolect of one person in all these comments, which would mean that there is a single person responsible for posting these comments. Of course, with comparative material, you're able to assume or you're able to assess whether a given person is the author of the text. For example, I dealt with threats directed at the at the president of the Polish state at that time, Bronisław Komorowski. I was able to mention the perpetrator of these threats. Well, we need to remember that we are not anonymous on the internet, and it's not about IT expertise. I'm being sent court acts, case acts, we're able we're not able to fully say that who is the author of the given message, and here where linguistics can help you. If, for example, 20 people can have access to a fan page on Facebook, and write this text based on linguistic context, idiolect, I can point out who is exactly the creator, the author of a message. I wanted to give you another example, a statement of Lieutenant Szymon F. that talks about vaccines in the military, and using and speaking about vaccines, he talks about medical experiments and certain orders of obligatory vaccination or obligatory participation in a medical experiment, as he puts it. Listening to his his words, we can point out exactly where does he want to manipulate the listeners to convince us that it is such. Moving on to the examples of the statement. The lieutenant says something like that: I got an order to immediate implementation. So the question is, are there any orders that you don't have to implement immediately? So this is an element of manipulation here, because the author wanted to intensify. He wanted to the message. He wanted to create a certain image directed at the listener. And then, again, a very important sentence, let me quote, "A soldier died, probably after he was given the vaccine." The word probably is very strong. In any utterance, when you use it, what gives him the right, first of all, to use probably? It's not a fixed statement, right? But still, it gives the listener a certain image. So, what if the word probable is erased from this message? And again, of course, you emphasize the word probably, so you accentuate it as well. Moving on. There's a lot of inconsistencies. He says, for example, about soldiers who were not vaccinated or were doubtful about vaccines. So who? Were they vaccinated and doubtful, or not vaccinated and doubtful? What kind of soldiers is he referring? So there is a lot of different double meanings, double entendres in that. So to finish up, I wanted to, when somebody asked him, who ordered you to falsify correspondence, there is a presupposition included there. So a certain suggestion that there was a person. And then Lieutenant does not answer that question. And the last example from this statement, a question of the interrogator. In the Polish army, there is a list of soldiers who were given a vaccine, and those who accepted the vaccine, and they described it as a medical experiment. I'm not going to talk about that, but let me point out the fact. Let me point out the fact of a very important word in the question: an offer. There was an offer, not an order. Presenting an offer, the person that you offer this to can choose. And this is not the same as an order. It destroyed everything that the lieutenant mentioned.
So I would like in my speech to postulate that in fight with disinformation, we should include the linguists, because based on utterances, we can demystify disinformation. We can always, with some probability, state who could be an author of the statement, or at least tell about maybe not one person, but about the circle of people who could be able to create an utterance. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting what you've mentioned in the context of police or catching criminals. Of course, it's used in police, but also it could be used in military, because military, especially Polish military, is prone to different threats and attacks, and only one way to check if this is true or false is based on the fact that we know Russian language or not. But you said something very interesting. If we needed to read everything, all content on the internet, we would need 300,000 years. But we have Ms. Katarzyna Kruk, Facebook Public Policy Manager. So I don't think, maybe this is the same with Facebook. Over 21 million users in Poland. And half of the planet uses social media, and this is a great responsibility to manage such a portal. There are no editors-in-chief on Facebook because people create content on their own. So tell us about Facebook policy in terms of information. I'm talking about also Reuters and August. Facebook closed dozens of Facebook accounts associated with Russian federations that were disseminating fake news about COVID-19. So how does it look like from the perspective of Facebook? What are your challenges? Thank you for the questions. I would like to welcome everyone, and to answer your question, we have to deal with everything, because information published on Facebook are different. Sometimes they are true, but sometimes they are disseminated to manipulate people. Facebook has information with a mistake, but people who publish information do not intend to change opinion of people or manipulate people. They can be just common users of Facebook or journalists or anyone who publishes posts. They do not verify their sources, don't verify their information. They, for example, read report or statistic wrong. And this is the mistake that they can make, of course. And this is not on purpose, but some information are created on purpose that are not associated in reality. And yes, they are disseminated to manipulate people. And of course, we know that the last category of information we call false news or fake news. And of course, we're trying to fight with fake news on Facebook. But we need to look carefully at different types of information. We need to keep in mind always and remember that not only content is important, but also intention is important. So that's why I'm going to talk about two parts. On one hand, I will be talking about what we are doing with this information, and the example you've given. So the grid we closed on Facebook, one of 500 grids we've closed over several years. These are CAB. Facebook calls it CAB, or actually Facebook created this term, coordinated unauthentic behaviors. Well, they are created by people who create fake profiles. They hide their identities, and in this way, they, of course, publish some information that want to disinform people. But how do Facebook fight with this information? Well, we have a lot of information, so we are quite modest, let's say. In this sense, we are maybe modest, and I want to say word humble, because it's impossible to fight with this information entirely, because this information is in each country on different levels. Sometimes it's about people who disseminated fake news on purpose, but sometimes accidentally. So there are too many information. But we know that if we have coordinated tasks on different levels, we can make dissemination of fake news so costly that it won't be very profitable for many actors. So it's always also about technological fight, and this is also a fight for time, because when we talk about dissemination of information, the fastest it disseminates, the more difficult it's going to be to fight how people receive the information. It's about advertising. It's about vaccines. It can be about everything. So it's not about how we create content, but also how fast we disseminate the content and how many recipients of the information we have. So Facebook is based on three parallel pillars. So we remove content that is not up to our standards. We limit range, and it's also eliminating people, but eliminating profiles on the Facebook. But what we've been doing, we get rid of this information that can lead to health that can be detriment to health, physical detriment to or that can lead to fights offline. In the context of Facebook, what is very important and our great challenge that we deal daily in terms of the danger in the country is how information that is online can influence life offline and lead to many consequences. We had in many countries in the world situations when dissemination of fake news led to uprisings, to different fights in one of the village or one of the country. They led even to murders. It means that when we see that this information has a potential to lead to offline threat and offline damage, we need to react very quickly. In the context of coronavirus, we remove false information about the disease itself, how people need to protect against the disease. Do you remember before vaccines there was a wave of information about different syrups, powders, and different drugs that helped to fight with coronavirus. And of course, we had information that we received from the ministries of health. All from health protection organizations, of course, international organization, WHO. And of course, we know which information is fake and which is not. And we see how information disseminates globally. In terms of coronavirus, there are little fake news that are local, or the coronavirus fake news are usually global. It's not only in terms of closing the borders around the world, but also about this being suspicious to the whole idea of the coronavirus. In terms of limiting the reach, we are tackling a very difficult topic. Is it possible that private technological company, or should private technological company remove posts, remove content, and decide if they are true or not? And do people want that? And if private company can do that, because fake news can be about the quality of water, it can be about the price of your shoes, or it can be about changes in the government. So there is no possibility to assess globally information without the expert support, without external expert support, without people who know best. Because Facebook is a technological company. Facebook cares that the platform works properly. So, you need to understand that we cannot broaden the number of employees in Facebook who would be assessing fake news in effective way. So we've created a cooperation program with organizations that deal with fact-checking, and we have this cooperation with over 80 organizations in the world, the MAGOG and AFP in Poland. And the cooperation is based on the fact that organizations that were certified by International Fact-Checking Network, a non-governmental organization which created a fact-checking platform around the world, and that deals and cares about high standards. So organizations which received AFCN certificates are the best in the world, and we cooperate with them. So if we cooperate with such organizations, the organization has a special tool that is, let's say, inside Facebook. And this organization can create ranking of different content that is published. Of course, if organization finds fake news on their own, they can assess the fake news. They can state if this news is very manipulative, or it was just an accident and it's not detrimental to the society. We also use our artificial intelligence as well, which help us to gather different information which seem to be suspicious, or information that has signaled that it may be fake news, fake news. And if our partner from facts checking creates the ranking, our partner creates what is on Facebook and what is the content of Facebook. So the more manipulative information it is, so the information was created to manipulate others, and it has a lot of fake information, the less people will see such posts. But we also use the power of AI, because we use one example. one assessment created by our fact checker can be used on many different examples of this information published online. So, for example, if we analyze one link on X website, so if this link has been used by 120,000 people on Facebook, all 120,000 examples of using this information will be shown, will have lower rates. They won't appear on newsfeed, and each time Facebook will give information that this is probably fake news. Please don't click on the link, and information where you can find real information about this issue. The last issue is about information, about informing others. In terms of Facebook, maybe it's a bit omitted, forgotten, because sometimes we hear conversations in the context of Facebook with different experts. They tell us you need to eliminate all content that can be manipulated. So we needed to remove a lot of content because someone can make a mistake based on, for example, the price of the bread in Wrocław and how this price can be different compared to Krakow and Gdańsk. And sometimes can use strong and fake information talking about border, Polish-Belarus border. So of course, the detriment to the society of this information is different. Facebook is not the internet. Remember, if we remove the content only on our platform, people can search this information on different platforms, on different websites. So that's why we want to give additional information. We connect our users with fact checkers who always write explanatory information, why this information is fake, why it has been manipulated, because we need to fight with the information as individuals, not as a company. If we are a public institution, if we are a company, of course we can tell people that they need to think critically, that they need to think twice. And if we don't do it as a company or as a ministry, for example, individuals cannot feel safe about CEB, so the grids that are not authentic. It's different situations, because when we fight with such grids, we look at the behavior, not on the content, but on the behavior. Why is it important? Well, because based on our global experience in many different countries, we've learned that very often when it comes to propaganda, especially of one government to the societies or neighboring government to the neighboring society, or political parties in the context of the recipients, or we noticed that very often information that is important but are directed to individuals can be detrimental, and this is not according to Facebook rules. So that's why grids that we close can have this information element. So the grids that manipulate people, that publish fake news and fake information, but very often these grids are used for propaganda on higher levels. In Poland, we haven't had discovered such a grid, so now I can only congratulate you, because the area of safety of information in Poland is quite strong, but based on our region, we can say that Russia is the most active region, and this is one of the leaders in the world to create such fake grids, and it attacks mainly people. It attacks mainly countries, for example, Georgia, Ukraine, so in which they have a conflict. Of course, this is sometimes about weapons that is used online, and also the tank that is used in the country.
Thank you. A few words of a commentary. I think we would need to thank Facebook for fighting with disinformation in terms of COVID-19, because I think it is very, very visible, and especially young people have problems with vaccination, and they use Facebook to get information whether they vaccinate or not. Secondly, the limits of interfering of a private company in the content. I think this is an ongoing discussion, and it's very particularly strong in the United States, but also in Poland. It reverberates. It's very difficult to grasp this limit, how a private company should leave the platform to its users, and how much it should be responsible for its content. One of the biggest, Facebook is, after all, one of the biggest providers of information. We will discuss it in the most recent issue of our bulletin. It will be available next month. Now to the military and General Kukua. Territorial Defense Forces are on Facebook, right? Yes. In 2016, you had a new force, which is the Territorial Defense Forces, creating new doctrines, creating new guidelines, and also a great informational challenge. When you think about your forces, you think about volunteers, those who join those who join in, not to quit their professional life, let's say, not to make they don't want to be the army to be their professional their profession, and it's not as well paid as in the military. Is there any room for improvement, you see? Well, it's a long question. As a leader, I don't feel the communication specialist, but I feel a commander, and I started to operationalize communication. And what I'm going to say now is important later on, so please remember that communication is a great feature of leadership, and if we talk about any form of leadership, we always have to have communication implemented at the highest level of efficiency. Second point, introductory point, people are the most important. I will return to that. People are more important than equipment. And in this context, I want to give honor to the people that built the Territorial Defense Forces strategy that I have the pleasure of leading. I want to emphasize that the one person that believes will do their work better than 100 that will just be paid. So this is my personal experience as well. We were created in 2016 in the informationally unfavorable environment, and we very quickly realized that we need to make communication as one of the strongest institutional aspects. And from the perspective, the leadership of VOT that was created in autumn 2016 is a startup, basically. So please remember that we decided to be a startup and communicate as a startup, not as a military institution, which bore certain consequences, of course. I was educated in terms of media cooperation on many levels, but I think this cooperation was here directed more at my style, before it was focused on my style or the way of my behavior, not the communication. So a couple of days after I became the leader of this organization of the forces, I sent out these queries to 3 people that I respected, and I still have 3 responses, and I still remember the 3 responses. The first person responded that, well, I don't deal with tasks that are impossible. The second person said, the military can't afford me. And the third person, Ms. Dominika Narożny, responded positively. And she asked, when do we start? So we started our cooperation quickly. And I quickly understood who is the recipient of our cooperation. And I stopped recruiting the members of the military for these positions, PR positions. We employed young people who didn't have a lot to do with the military, but they knew perfectly well what does our environment expect from our organization. So again, we were almost like a startup, full of ambitious people with great emotional intelligence, with great sensitivity, but with completely different cultural code. And we very quickly worked out the assumptions of our strategy, taking into account the informational environment. We wanted to build awareness. Secondly, identification of what VOT is going to deal with, our forces, and then to create a dilemma among people, to way of thinking that maybe I can join VOT. So I think even up until today, we try to inform and recruit people at the same time. The pace of communication in our units is right now forced by the soldiers already that were recruited later on, and that are, I think, one of the most authentic ambassadors of not only VOT, but also Polish armed forces in general. I think the greatest challenge for me, as a leader, was to understand the recipient. I was one of the classic examples of professionalization in the army. A certain disconnection between the army and the civic society. So as the army professionalized, it disconnected from this society. And I needed to understand the digital nomad, the difference between the digital nomad population, Z generation, millennials that question authorities and that are difficult to get to using traditional authorities, or the X generation that is still looking for its identity, I think, at least in Poland. Understanding these three generations was key, I think, and was a foundation to the means we've selected, the means and channels of communication we've selected. We also had a very important rule. The protagonist of our communication should always be our soldier. And the Polish citizen who we want to protect. We focus on our communication on these two protagonists. I still remember a training in the US when I was told that if a military institution conducts a cooperation and over 10% of time is spent is taken by the leader, and I'm talking about military communication, not about politics, mind you, then something's wrong is with the leadership. That is why we reversed this trend. Right now, in our channels, in our communication, we base on a protagonist, a usual protagonist, our soldier, and the citizens we want to protect, not our leaders. I can talk about my own mistakes. There were many of them, but I think the most serious ones, we introduced a great pace of our activities. You can't communicate from 7:30 a.m. till 3 p.m. You have to communicate 24/7. And the team had insufficient resources, I think, at the beginning. And I very quickly led that the pace started eating our creativity. And the fact, I think, I found it too long to realize that. That is why I probably lost a couple of people, great people, from the team that were the founding stones of the project. And this was I consider as my failure. As people are the most important. Let me repeat that. We need to remember what is our cultural code in the Polish Armed Forces. We spent not enough time to manage talents, I think, in the armed forces. We promote people that are within the standards, not people who are above standards or set these standards. And I think this is a great challenge for the Polish army in general. And I wanted to mention an idea here that was a result of this error I mentioned. We had we created the so-called Eureka task force, 30 soldiers selected from our forces with special features related to creativity, innovation, openness, and we created an idea incubator out of them. We created conditions for them to create ideas aimed at special communities, specific communities. They are the authors of 80% of the ideas for us how to effectively communicate. So to sum up, from my perspective, communication is as important as our operational activities. It's practically it's very important, and we need to remember that as Polish members of the Polish army, we are always part of the Polish society, and the stronger ties we build with the society, the stronger we become. And the way to achieve that is to effectively communicate with people, to reach different groups of people, of Polish citizens, of Polish taxpayers that, after all, support or fund the functioning of Polish army. Thank you. Then the actions are successful, of course, and quite recently you've announced that over 30% of people are members of your forces, or volunteers are members of your forces. Now we're moving to Washington. Probably right now it's dusk. It's very early in the morning, and Mr. Stańczyk, you provide on an everyday basis information about the U.S. and the situation in the U.S. It's also the country with great foundations of PR and were set, and spokespeople were set in general. So we're the most interested in how does Stratcom look like in the Pentagon. Good morning. It's almost morning here. I think every topic related to communication, related to journalists and relations, needs to be started or preceded with the first amendment to the Constitution, the freedom of speech amendment, that defines the information policy and defines the role of journalists in Stratcom. What then is followed? There is a great media awareness. People in different institutions are aware that journalism is important, is crucial. Speaking of the First Amendment, it is a very strongly embedded in the culture. Let's just look at Pentagon Papers, for example, or look at the roles of journalists in Vietnam. I think the awareness of the work of a journalist is greatly is much broader. There is in each organization there are spokespeople available to journalists, not only Americans but also international journalists. There is a great transparency, I think, of public life and public authorities. You mentioned Pentagon, but I also wanted to talk about the White House, because due to the COVID, I think due to the COVID situation, there was more possibilities of contacting the White House than the Pentagon. And what I was surprised about is the transparency of the White House. Working at the Department of State, I got, on an everyday basis, I got an everyday list of the president's activities. Last evening, I got an email what the president will do minute by minute the next day. Tomorrow, for example, today at 8:30 a.m., Joe Biden will take part in the economic forum about energy and climate. Then, Friday at 10, the president will have the daily briefing about the security, mostly. And then at the 12:20, he will go to the military base, to the land in Dover then, and then at 1:25 he will start recreating in Delaware. So this is the information that is given. There are journalists assigned to the president even that they follow him step by step, and the information that is published by these journalists almost on an ongoing basis via emails or Twitter. There is information about basically almost every word given by the president, uttered by the president, or his pieces of his clothing or the weather. He's, after all, the most prominent politician all over the world. But the transparency is so great that the journalists are there every step of his way. The journalists switch, of course, and they will await him when he lands, for example, in Delaware. And then maybe he will come and say something, maybe not. Then they will just take some pictures, and that's it. So it all depends on the president, depends on the day, depends on his willingness to speak with the journalist. But such spontaneous short meetings are sometimes very important, because these questions are then various. The president won't know what question he will be asked. So sometimes, he gives strong answers as well, if the question is equally strong. I remember a Polish radio journalist question to the president, who was just leaving the White House, about Nord Stream 2. And then President Biden, probably against the narrative that was built before, since the Nord Stream is criticized, or used to be criticized, now he said it's too late to do that. So journalists are there on every step of the way to track the president, the movements of the president, and to report on that, which is very important, because the president meets a lot of representatives, and every gesture matters for a given country.
In terms of certain communication about the availability of the president, there was a issue, notion, overload of information introduced, because if you wanted to comment on each content from Donald Trump, we would have material for many years. But we need to, of course, know what the President of the United States says. Sometimes the information was chaotic. I'm also talking about it from the perspective of Republican electors. I was traveling around the States. I was talking to people who were Republicans. They said that, of course, there were too many information. There was their overload of information. They had a lot of contradictory tweets. Today, this communication is more flexible. There is a different press service of the President Biden. We have everyday communication with the spokesperson of the White House. He answers. Spokesperson answers every day at 12 to 1. Press conference. President Biden appears on TV less frequently than President Clinton or President Obama. But he has a great spokesperson, he has a great press service. And from the perspective of the foreign correspondent, European correspondent, I would also ask colleagues from Europe how they find themselves in this American reality. And despite the benefits I mentioned, so pace of work, better awareness, transparency, the majority of colleagues, and I also agree with them, that it's better to work in their own countries, in European countries, because the majority of correspondents are experienced journalists that work in the profession, and they represent serious media. Because serious media can send correspondents into the United States. when they are in Poland, even if we have hot topics, we can always call to and say, "Good morning, Polish television. I know it's too late, but maybe you can help me because the topic is hot and we have a request." And usually in Poland, it happens. It doesn't happen in the United States because even if I have a very important request, then I need to explain where I am from, which media I represent, and it's not so easy as in Poland. Remember, it's not an anarchy in the United States. It's a great professionalization of the market because media are well developed in the United States. They have a lot of funds, so they have specialized journalists and that are specializing in many different topics. They are specialized, they are experts, they write books, they conduct their own programs. They are professional reporters. From the Polish perspective, we don't have such institutions, and I hope it will change. You cannot be promoted as a reporter in Poland. That's why, from the perspective of the European correspondent and journalist, it's not so easy. There can always be another method. In terms of Polish journalists, we went to Donbas to talk about. We went to have a report about crisis on the Mexican border. There was a problem to get there, and the border guards were surprised that we came there to do some material. But when the guards heard that we are from Poland, he said, "Well, I have a grandfather from Poland." So we talked about Poland and about Polish history, and we managed to convince the guard to make a material. And to finish, and about the communication image in the United States, to present it more. It's not so perfect in terms of the recipients reviewer. Gallup's Institute mentioned that only 40% of Americans trust people, 60% do not trust American media. So it's I think, the highest percentage since 1972. So I think America needs to do a lot about it. Thank you. Well, let's move on to the second round of questions. We have only 30 minutes, so as a moderator of this panel, I need to unfortunately remind you about the time, and I will be rigorous about it. So you have 6 minutes. So to Agnieszka Glapiak, what connects these three people? 3 million participants in the Youth Association. Campaign Become a Soldier, the biggest campaign in Poland. The coherence of information. Coherence in information is very important, especially in situations when you need to quickly and on a regular basis inform about what's going on. Youth days we organized some time ago. We talked a lot about safety then, if it will be able to provide safety for youth days. We talked a lot about migration politics. So there were a lot of threats, and we wanted to inform society that everything is safe. What was our strategy? We organized regular conferences, press conferences of commandants of services that were subjected to the ministry. Commandant of the border guards said about crossing the borders. Police commandant also talked about that, how police guards the security of the borders and the security of citizens. And also fire brigade commandant talked about the safety. So we held regular press conferences before World Youth Days, and during World Youth Days they were making citizens pleased and satisfied and calm. But what happened during World Youth Days? Well, the spokesperson of the police informed about what's happening during the World Youth Days, and he organized regular briefings. He talked about what's going on, and he demystified fake news as well that appeared media. Let's now move to Ministry of National Defense of Poland. Information about military exercises. It also very difficult to coordinate coherent information about military exercises. It was to inform society that the Polish military moved from the south to the north of the country on the road and on the train. Now, today, well, it wouldn't be possible to hide because there would be someone who would take the photos. So we need to inform society, because if we don't inform people, then they would suspect that the war is coming. So our responsibility was to inform society that military is having this drill, and the military will move. The was a problem because it was Sunday and people were just leaving the church and seeing soldiers and Rosomax carriers, and they would be afraid. So we created the press issue, and then spokesperson of different units, representative of different voivodeships, sent information, and they adjusted the information to the territory. They send information to local media, and they send information to community offices that have websites. And they put the information about the military exercises on local websites, and people got used to it. People were reading local newspaper, and local websites were reading about these exercises. There was no chaos, there was no scandal, so people were not afraid that something wrong is going on. So that was the coherent information that we provided. Become a Soldier campaign, a great project, because more and more people are enrolling to the army. Of course, it's not only about organizing press conferences. It's also about billboards and vehicles that travel around Poland and have military marks and campaign posters. Become a Soldier. Spokesperson. Mr. Moderator, you said it from the point of view of the journalist, and the spokesperson wants to have a contact with the journalists. Of course, spokesperson needs to talk with journalists. In the past, journalists in editorial offices were appointed to serve the institution or to serve special topic. This is not the case today. Today, very often, accidentally, journalists are taking part in different briefings or conferences of ministers. We check. We are satisfied that we don't have a spokesperson. When Minister Błaszczak wasn't even the minister, we didn't have the spokesperson in the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Interior and Administration. Why? Because in terms of Ministry of the Interior and Administration, they have their own people who are very credible, professional informers about what's going on. But Minister Błaszczak understands communication, and he on his own informs society. He is very active on social media, so he informs about what's going on in the Ministry of Defense and what is worth to distribute to the society. Remember that journalists are only intermediate between society and the ministry. But very often society uses social media so they get the information directly what's going on in the Ministry of National Defense. Of course, you cannot tell everything what you want to tell and what journalists want to hear. But this is the case in terms of Ministry of National Defense.
Very often journalists ask us how does a negotiation process look like, how much things cost, when something will be purchased, why in this quantity, what size, dimensions does it have, what are the parameters, and so on. Such information cannot be given, as this distorts the negotiation process. So we need to care for the interests that inform and those who want to be informed. Hopefully that will reach appropriate people then. In the times where spokespeople were trained, maybe learning how to do the ropes of their jobs, communication was adjusted to activities. Right now, this area got so big that you can say that the activities are adjusted to the way of communication. So how successful communication can influence the aims of the institution. And again, please remember that you have only 6 minutes. I will try to fit in the deadline. Speaking about communication, be that internal or external, I wanted to base my utterance on my studies that I conducted throughout the years, checking how communication works in the police department. You mentioned a number of my articles, and I think the studies are so inspiring that I can still write about the same topic basically, and write something new. So if I were to answer shortly, briefly, how the communication should be, I will answer with the title of one of my books. Quote, "A dialogic dimension of security." Things about a book about Polish police. End of quote. Communication should, besides of being coherent, the communication should be understandable. Information should reach the recipients in the right time. But the dialogic dimension of communication in hierarchical structure should be there, not a one direction message, but a bilateral mutual communication process. And I have studied the police department and the communication within the department for many years. I will discuss about internal communication, not external one, because the latter will be covered by in the next panel. But if we're talking about internal communication, should be symmetric or asymmetric. Well, my studies showed, and it was quite interesting because I used not only questionnaires but also organized focus interviews, group interviews of the chiefs of specific departments, particularly in the Silesian province, as I come from Katowice. So when leading these studies, analyzing these interviews, I concluded that this dialogic communication, so the communication directed at or focused on feedback, is based or is focused or founded on leadership, but still we wanted this leadership-based communication to be as ethical as possible. And I owe you here what is the definition of what is leadership-based communication, or what is leadership in general. The general mentioned about leadership here and talked a lot about it, and we can, of course, talk about the results of the scientific studies because the studies that are aimed at conceptualizing this definition say that communication skills are the most important in terms of leadership skills perceived by the external world, not experience, which might seem the obvious feature. That is why communication is so important. So, but since I probably would have to now define leadership in the communication context, and I will use one important quote, and then I will conclude my speech and give you what a good leader should be in terms of communication. It's a quote from a book that you know well, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, The Little Prince. If you want to build a ship, don't ask people to gather wood. Don't force them to work to build a ship. Conversely, you teach them how to miss the ocean. Then, and only then, they will build the ship themselves. So, leadership is evoking such feelings, such notions. I think if you are a good leader, you will not tell people to build a ship, but you will make them miss the ocean. And I think that's that requires special skills, communication skills. You can't order somebody to miss the ocean. You can give them advice. You can suggest certain things. You can give them choice. You can offer them something. And this definition of leadership is embedded in the dialogue, in the communication, and I think it's of particular importance in hierarchy-based structures, as the military is, for example. So I conduct similar studies on a regular basis. And I think because I think all the studies conducted in a given period of time, you can compare them on one hand, but on the other, you can see certain changes, certain evolution of, in this case, concept of education. And again, I'm only focusing on internal communication. In terms of external one, well, probably it should be, again, coherent, it should be easy, it should be properly worded, it should be timely, it should have particular features. So, for example, it should be clear to the recipient, so it should be addressed at a certain group of the recipients. Before entering the stage, I spoke with the general about a certain example of a certain example of formulating an external message. And it was a very, very complex example about a complex sentence, so you got lost as a traditional recipient, average recipient, you got lost in the middle of the sentence. So again, it should be coherent, it should be clear, it should be available, and it should be timely. These are the features of external communication that I would like to emphasize and highlight here. Thank you. Okay, now, Ms. Kruk, you mentioned about cooperation with fact-checking organization in terms of recognizing fake news, and we're fighting with disinformation, but I'm sure that you also cooperate with public institutions in Poland. So how does it look like, this cooperation? 6 minutes. I do remember that, yes, thank you. Let me start from something that we all talk about and is worrying to all of us, coronavirus. And in the context of fighting with COVID-19, I mentioned how do we use the rules in Facebook to remove information that can be detrimental to health or life. On the other hand, we understand the great value of the credible information. So when the pandemic struck, and we've encountered great problems. The states, governments started encountering problems, and institutions related to public health, but also social media. And the problem was not to fight with falsified information, but also how to help people learn more about the situation in a given country. What does their government do? How does it care for the health of the citizens? And what happens with the vaccines? Or in general, what is the state of the healthcare? Because these notions could increase or decrease the level of stress in the society. If you don't know what your government does, or how can you get help, or where can you get help if something's wrong, then it increases your stress exponentially. And also the quality of life and the content of living in this particular country. So from the very beginning, we started working with the Prime Minister's office and with the Ministry of Health, and we wanted to support the content that informs the citizens what's going on in the country, what is the availability of the vaccines, or what is the state in the hospitals, how the personnel is how the hospital staff is prepared to accept new infected. This is a very important aspect of combating this feeling of being lost, misinformed, or not informed enough. You don't know how long the pandemics will be and in what moment of the pandemics you are, and that gives you a lot of uncertainty, and uncertainty leads to stress. So we had a great pleasure to support the information channels of Polish government, so that the Polish citizens know at all times how to check and where to check the information. And then we've created a center that is available to every person who currently resides in Poland, that gathers all the checked information so that people always know where can they get credible, good information. We also supported campaigns, informational ads that were organized via Facebook with the same goal, so that people get credible information. But if we take a step back before the pandemics, in terms of cooperation with the Polish government, I started talking about us removing the content that is not in compliance with the standards of Facebook, of our community. And we create these standards based on speaking with not only Facebook employees, but also experts or organizations that deal with a given area. Because these standards, community standards, are very, very comprehensive. And then we have teams of people that assess the content in connection with these standards. So what's very important to understand Facebook, there is a Polish team, a German, American, and Spanish team. For Spain, for Mexico, so different Spanish-speaking countries, for example. We have people who come from this language and cultural and historical context that have the knowledge and expertise to be able to assess such content. We also had the great pleasure of cooperating with the universities in Poland and gather information and expertise from lecturers, teachers, and also students in terms of how to increase people's resilience to the information overload, or how to recognize disinformation. Another important aspect here is cooperation with schools, secondary, primary schools. We not only teach, but we also learn from teachers, from people who work with the youth, with children. We have trained 50,000 people, of teachers, and students and pupils in terms of digital security. All the aspects that concern life in online, not only being on Facebook. And it also included an element of critical thinking, of fighting with disinformation. So we're trying to reach all possible stakeholders, not only in Poland, but in every country we are present. So to use our best practices and to be able to communicate these best practices and to learn from them.
Thank you very much. We started from the pandemics, and I would like to move forward to ask Mr. General Kukuła. You needed to adjust your operations to new situation. We repeated it like mantra that you repeated like mantra that you organize vaccinations, that you were doing a lot for the safety during the pandemics. But how did you adjust the communication in the pandemics? A very good question, but I will use an example based on what Professor mentioned. So before we communicated why we are building VOT and ships, the time showed us that ships are necessary to build and that territorial defense forces were necessary to build. So it was a time that we define as huge speed of trust. So we built very quickly trust to military forces in Poland. And from the point of view of very difficult times, it was a blessing for us. We can say that pandemics was blessing for us. We didn't waste this time. Before I gave ways how we target communication tools, but who was the main recipient of our information? Well, our main task was to strengthen local resilience of local societies, not in terms of health, but resilience to crises that came with pandemics. You mentioned to lower the level of fear. That was very important. So we needed to reach to baby boomers generation, people who don't very often use social media. It was a very, very valuable lesson in terms of direct communication. But also we needed to get back to traditional communication, radio, press, printed information, because of baby boomers. I remember one debriefing after operational actions when we had information, Jesus, make bigger font, because people need to wear glasses. They cannot read your brochures. So these were basic features, the issues we forgot about when we were disseminating information about pandemics, that it's not only about young people, but also about older people. And practical remark at the end, in terms of the promotion of officers, the time of pandemics showed me that we need to promote people in the army who are responsible for the promotion, who are images of the institution, who create communication. And if they are experienced and if they are talented, they need to be promoted. And I will, in the future, will look carefully at my employees. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. We have a lot of questions from our viewers. One of the questions is to Mr. Stańczyk. So I will use the question. It's about what I mentioned before during the first round of questions. Discussion about social media and how social media can be manipulated. Of course, in the context of Donald Trump, the former POTUS, but how this debate in the US, so in the, let's say, nation of social media is taking place. Yes, I'm the news journalist, so I'm going to answer this question that is very interesting. But one question to the previous remark, it's about relation between spokesperson and professional journalist. Today we were talking about comparing this situation in Poland and States. But of course, what we see at first sight is that journalists in States are more professionalized than in Poland. They write books and they've been working with secretaries of defense. So of course, it looks a bit different than in Europe or in Poland. There is a lot of competition also in Pentagon, and usually you see that this is actually a discussion at the level of experts between spokesperson in states and journalists in states. To refer to your question, it was a very hot topic. I will remind you that after the events of January the 6th, when what happened in Capitol, President had a lot of problems. There was a big scandal. They were talking in states about the First Amendment, and the President Donald Trump does not have Twitter, and leaders of Chinese authorities have Twitter. But I have to admit that it wasn't the best time for substantive conversation. It wasn't the time to have a serious discussion because it was just after the election, very hot election, after the events of the January the 6th, that will be historical events in the States. And states divided into two halves. People voting for Trump said that this is not what can happen. This is breaching the First Amendment. And people that oppose Donald Trump said that he is a dangerous man because it can even lead to a domestic war. Of course, Donald Trump wanted to find an alternative to Twitter. He created a website. He posted their communiques on the website. But it's not a form of communication that is appropriate. The discussion is not so powerful now in the States because for Republican politicians, Donald Trump is a problem because they are now thinking, Republicans, how they can retain Donald Trump election followers, and so it can be a problem. Usually, just 2 years before elections, parties choose their candidates for elections. So it's going to happen soon. And I think that Donald Trump soon will have a chance to come back to the fake news policy, to write something on Twitter. So I think that this topic will come back, but it's now a little bit silenced. But everyone knows that this is a very powerful machine. And of course, people will want in the States to change this political position of the biggest information platforms in the States. Thank you for that. We're finishing this panel. At the beginning, I asked a question based on my experience that communication should be based on intuition and spontaneity, and I still agree with that. And I think that our guest proved that this strategy is key and that we need to plan. We need to even plan spontaneity. So thank you, our panelists. Thank you, participants. Let's see each other again at 11:40. It will be a panel about media and public institutions at the information battlefront, cooperation between media and public institutions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Today we're meeting in the under the conference in the information independence. So in the second panel, we're going to focus on the first part, on information. My name is Adam Krzykowski. I have been a journalist for 26 years. Right now, I have reported of the program wojskopolskie.pl. So let's start the second panel, entitled Media and Public Institutions on at the Information Battlefront. Why cooperation is possible. So we don't ask if, but why. Hopefully, our experts will answer that question, that deal with communication in the media and with the media on an everyday basis. Anna Kuźma, Deputy Director of the Operational Center to the Minister of National Defense. Moving on, Colonel Dariusz Kryszk, lecturer at the War Studies University and expert of the Academic Center for Strategic Communication, organizer of today's conference. Agnieszka Drążkiewicz, editor in the News Radio Agency. Welcome. Andrzej Żak, head of the Information and News Publishers Division of Polsat Television, and also a Polish correspondent in Iraq, for example. Moving on, Maciej Świrski, president at the foundation, chairman of the board of the Polish Press Agency and president of the foundation Reduta Dobrego Imienia, a foundation that fights with the lies in the media about Poland. And inspector, PhD in law, Mariusz Ciarka, spokesman of the police headquarters in Poland. And let me remind the viewers and the audience about the possibility of asking questions. And technically, we have microphones on both sides of the room today. So if you're here, please raise your hands, approach the mic. And we're also online, so those who listen to us online have the chance of writing their questions on our chat, and then we'll try to answer if time allows. And it's a time of one football match. Unfortunately, we don't have added time, the possibility of adding time. So, unfortunately, 90 minutes is the deadline. Please also remember that you can ask questions in English and in Polish. We have simultaneous interpretation provided, so feel free to ask your questions in both languages. So, let's start. And let me direct my first question to Anna Kuzma, the person who stood on both sides of this informational barricade. She was a journalist in radio, in Free Europe radio, in Polish radio. She worked in Polish TV. She was a correspondent in Ukraine, but she also knows a civil servant's work and a diplomat's work. She was an advisor in the Polish embassy in Kiev and the deputy director of the operational center. So, between viewers and security, would you say that you have the same dilemmas as a journalist and a civil servant? Well, dilemmas are different, but before joining in the room here, we had a short discussion whether a journalist is also a civic, an inhabitant, a state inhabitant, or a citizen, and should we have any limitations about publishing and disseminating certain information? I'm not sure if the word barricade was not the best. It's not that civil servants are enemies of journalists. Of course, we are different limitations around our work. I used to be a journalist, and I was aimed at providing quick, unique, hopefully, observations about things I've seen, things I've heard personally. And then when I worked in Ukraine, I thought about it, whether every information should be shared only as an information without any, I don't know, commentary. Well, I'm a news journalist, so I can't comment on that, but maybe, you know, we should gather more sources, information from more than one source. Because being a journalist nowadays, not being totally outed from reality, you can just ask simple questions. A couple of days ago, I read an interview like that with a Russian politologist about the exercises, Zapat. And from my point of view, it was a normal interview. Question, answer, without any context. And the context was crucial here, because in this particular interview, the Russian politologist sold all the narratives about Zapad, Russian narratives, without giving any context. And the war is ongoing in Ukraine, and the war was sparked by the Russian narratives in the media, in the Ukrainian media, on a mass scale, colported and disseminated on a mass scale. And the emotions and related to the journalist market turn out to point out to the fact that well, we use this definition today that information is a weapon, and it's an obvious thing nowadays. But whether we draw any conclusions out of it, I think we should. Of course, as a civil servant, I have a lot more limitations. I'm not, let's say, representing only myself. I represent the institution I work in. I need to take into account certain sensitive aspects of our defense and military aspects. So I work in communications. I should communicate, of course, as often as best as possible, but I need to take these sensitive aspects in the account. Let me give you an example. Evacuation from Afghanistan. We also pictures, images from Kabul, planes starting with people stuck to its wheels, people who were falling off the plane afterwards, and the expectations of the journalists that wanted to know immediately what the Polish state do about it. Operation is prepared a bit longer, special operations as well, specifically because special forces are responsible for performing that operations, who should and like work in silence, let's say. So because they are armed, they are very specific, and their main aim is to provide security to people. So it requires an information embargo. Before they reached the place, before they set up, before they knew what conditions they would operate in, didn't operate about it. And it was a conscious choice. I know that the journalists didn't like it, but then we needed to take into account the element of security of people who of Polish diplomats who these people, these soldiers, needed to bring back to the country safely. So of course there were certain dilemmas related. We also had a dilemma whether we should save, let's say, one space for one Afghan refugee or person who was responsible for cooperating with Polish forces should be devoted to a journalist or not. So who flew? A journalist? Or a journalist joined in later. First, we decided to devote all the seats in the plane to those who needed to be evacuated. No journalists on board. So I have to admit, I'm as a communicator, probably I shouldn't be admitting that, but we decided to favor saving, evacuating as many people as possible, not how to show it then in the media. And the discussion was between the journalists and civil servants. So let me switch to the journalist side now, and I will start from Andrzej. You are a publisher, representing publishers here as well. So tell us, dissemination of information in the media, publishers are responsible for that. They decide what the journalist will convey during the news program. So, do you think that publishers should be a certain sieve here to sift out what information to send and what not? You were in Iraq as well, so you know the matters of security as well. Should we send all information to the society? Well, to answer in one sentence, no. In one word, no. But let me clarify that. And then let me give you a perspective of my further answers as well. I'm a reserve officer. I have graduated from War Studies University, and I realized that I started my military service 40 years ago in Zegr, and I got shivers, I have to say. And today I'm in a place in which these matters of defense, state defense, are not something strange, something foreign to me. So the discussion that Anna mentioned, it was with me actually, and we had this little argument. So should publishers make this decision or not? Without any getting into details, of course, we make these decisions on an everyday basis. Whether this information should or has to or can even be disseminated. But it's always still, even because yes, there was some complaining involved about the level of journalism in the media without not verifying information. Sometimes it's not fake news; it's just unverified information, and it's a lot of that on an everyday basis. So publishers need to make these decisions, and they need to take into account the fact that each of this information, each piece of information is related to certain consequence. You could give a lot of information from the recent times. If after introducing this state of emergency in the around the border, eastern border, should we treat them as archived or leave them as such, as they were saved in the archives? Who will verify that? Is it archives or is it a fresh photo taken yesterday? Who will verify if people that we speak with anywhere near the border were discussed, were interviewed in the border, around the border, or somewhere completely else. But there are other elements. Honesty, the basic principles of honesty about ourselves, towards the people we speak with or we speak to. So these elements are numerous, of course, and I could add on. Yes, the publisher needs to make this decision. That's the conclusion. Should they verify them in one source, two sources, three sources? Or maybe call somewhere else, call to another news channel, because we all know each other. It's a small world. We work in different channels, but, we always meet on such events. So I got a good lesson at the military. I spent 12 years in the military before I was moved into reserves, and I started working in the Polish radio and then TV, and then in a couple other institutions. I needed to learn what to say, to whom, and why. Because sometimes it's just better to stay silent than to say something stupid, something foolish, or something that can harm another being. And the true school of what can be done or cannot be done was in Iraq. Every word said then could decide on people's lives. And we talked about different things. How do we acquire water from a river, Euphrates catchment? When do soldiers start their patrols? Not mentioning whether the soldiers are armed or not, or how are they armed. Talking about, bulletproof vests, about shoes, uniforms they were equipped with, and so on. That was a very fashionable topic. Then we needed to forget about it because, we were wearing the same clothing. We were driving the same honker from Karbala to our stations and posts. So people who didn't know. We try to take a great care whether we inform about that, about details of these operations. And people who were in these dangerous zones know that well. So that was when I learned the most, I think. I'm not sure if I will be able to talk about this further, so let me mention one more thing. Why is the cooperation possible? Because there are still people that think in state-related way. There is something more than there is something more important than the interest of our media house. It's the interest of the state. And the evacuation from Afghanistan showed that it is possible in this conflict-based society, it is possible to create a campaign that a lot of people from very different communities joined in. And they don't need to sign any valuable sensitive information. Of course, journalists needed to sign such NDA, let's say. Of course, journalists needed to know that. The same went for the planes, for the cameras, for the digital cameras as well. So we have these full images of these people who are traveling by these planes. But we couldn't show it. But we needed to show the effort somehow without showing the faces of these people. But we decided to do that because it's important not to show crying people, not to show the sensation Agnieszka, how does it look like from the perspective of the journalists?
Do you have such dilemmas? Do you have time to have such dilemmas? I will refer to a situation by Andrzej, my former colleague from the radio. Former colleague? No, still a colleague, but we are now colleagues, but not in the radio. You mentioned Iraq and information that you've prepared in Iraq, that you were on the same wagon. I remember one crisis situation, not in Iraq. I was in Iraq actually several years after you. I remember one situation from Afghanistan. I had a morning shift in the information agency from 6 a.m., as far as I remember. And in the morning, Rosomak was attacked. 4 our soldiers died, all soldiers from Bartoszyce. And one of the journalists couldn't, I think, resist the tension or didn't know the rules in Afghanistan. And I hope these rules are still valid, but he didn't know that the rules between headquarters, military headquarters, and journalists. I am a journalist, and for many years I've been dealing with military, and I've been also dealing with police issues. And there was an agreement. So if a soldier dies from our contingent, you should never inform before informing the family about such events. Why? Sometimes colleagues from commercial media, they didn't like this because they were first, they got to know the information, they wanted to be popular, but it wasn't about being popular. And I think someone couldn't resist the pressure. 4 soldiers died. The information was disseminated in international news, and I remember that one of our editors was angry, and he called me, why are you not publishing this situation? Why are you not publishing the death? Why? I said, why not? Because the families do not know about the death, and besides, the operational headquarters do not know about it. And then the headquarter staff informed about it and informed the families and informed the rest of the people, because it wasn't only about these 4 dead soldiers, it was also about other soldiers and their families who were informed. So it was to refer to the situation that Andrzej mentioned. And one more situation, Andrzej, you talked about your experiences. Situation, what is sometimes more important than the other things. You talked about evacuation from Afghanistan. When I was in Iraq and I spent there, for example, Easter, I remember that it was, I was alone. I was the only journalist there, and I missed home. I wanted to come back home, and I missed one plane. The second plane was diverted. I don't know, the third plane. Also, I missed the third plane, and I was so sad because my son was home. He was a little child then, and I missed my son. But I was told, listen, wait a second, because special forces have more important missions, and they need to fly before you. So, Adam, it was just your introduction. Yeah, it was my introduction. Yeah. As an information journalist, this is what I do. I need to refer to everything. Yes, I know I don't have time, so I will now answer your question, but I still have 1 minute or so. When I was a young journalist, I had such dilemmas you asked about, but now I think when you are a more experienced journalist, you had a lot of situations in defense and in problems with the national defense. You are more comfortable. Yeah, and you answered my question. Yeah, Colonel, with reference to what Ms. Said, you would say something. Yes, it's about informing about military operations. It's about informing about losses in armed battles, in combat. I remember a situation about breaking the gentleman agreement rule, because in the press law there is an information embargo. If 4 soldiers, Polish soldiers, died, soldiers of the contingent, right? So it was more international issue, not only Polish issue. But we devoted in our press department during the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, we devoted a lot of time to explain to journalists, or to explain journalists that they need to be empathic to the families of the soldiers who are fighting and dying in the places, in the zones of combat. And there was a rule. The rule was written, maybe not even written, I think it was just our rule that wasn't written anywhere, that the priority of informing families about soldiers is the responsibility of the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense should inform about families about the death of the soldier. So if anything happens in Afghanistan, in Warrior, or anywhere else, then operational services in Gaznia inform operational services in Poland, and operational services in Poland inform military unit the soldier comes from. And in this military unit, they prepare a special team of people, a head, a leader, for example, psychologist, a doctor, an officer who will be looking after the family, a priest, and many different people who, after being informed from Afghanistan, knocks on the door of the family, who needs to be informed that member of their family, I don't know, a husband, a brother, died. A lot of very emotional moment. And this rule has been developed and implemented. But we require several hours to do so. We do it as quickly as possible. 2-3 hours we need for that, because the teams are prepared and they're ready to do it all the time. And we ask journalists, please give us 3 hours, and then you will receive information from the headquarters that the soldier died in this place and in that place, and that the particular person died, but the family is already informed. And this is important, that journalists know that the family already know about the death. Why do we do that? Why is that the rule? The reason is quite simple. I remember one of the examples, one of the journalists who was trained by us, but in the editorial office, the publisher said, well, we need to inform the public about it. But of course, they didn't wait for confirmation, because in the editorial office, there are many different people. For example, interns. In one situation, an intern published such an information online. And then there's an information: 4 Polish soldiers died in Afghanistan. And then the contingent head calls me, and he tells me, Colonel, you're responsible for informing about everything what happens in Afghanistan. So how dare you? Someone disseminated the information that Polish soldiers died. Do you know that 2,500 people and families in Poland call Afghanistan and ask about their families and about their members of the family? Of course, at the beginning, we had a difficulty. We weren't sure if this is what we can do or not, but at the end of, let's say, the situation in Afghanistan after 1 or 2 years, this was just a rule. I sometimes, of course, I understand media and journalists, because, of course, we in Afghanistan, we don't only have journalists from Poland, we have international journalists as well. And shooting or attacking the Polish base, incoming of the Polish base, can, of course, be described by other journalists from other countries. In Afghanistan, international media had journalists sent didn't have their journalists from their own countries, but they hired Afghans. So the information that someone died and there was an incoming of the base and that several soldiers died, well, such information was given by the international media, and then it was passed to the newsrooms. Newsrooms were informed, and of course the publisher had a dilemma. Should he follow the information embargo or should follow the international media? So what should we do, or what can be done to be prepared for another conflicts in the future? Of course, there are solutions in different countries. Let me give you an example of the United Kingdom. In the UK, the Ministry of Defence met with the major publishers of the biggest media in Britain, and they created a green book, so a common respect of rules. What do media need in military combat, and what journalists need? And it was a very, very good example for us that we can maybe do it in Poland to create such a book. Are we ready for such a solution? Because this is an institutional solution. Okay, so I will cut in, Adam, because Colonel Krysz mentioned that. I think at one moment when Polish media were visiting international contingents, it was a good idea to train journalists in the Kielce. I think I took part in such training twice. In Wesoła, I had similar training with soldiers of the special unit, and we were informed about the specificity of military operations. As mentioned by the Colonel Krysz, theater of operations, because I don't maybe like this term theater, but I know this is a military jargon, and I, of course, respect the word theater. I will take only 30 seconds. The problem is that we can create green books and train journalists, but we live in the world that we are not only, we as journalists, the intermediary, and we don't disseminate information, but common people inform others as well, because they have mobile phone and they have social media. So even photos from the Afghanistan of Polish soldiers were first published in foreign media, not in Polish media. I hope we won't have such dilemmas in the future. So let's move on to the second part of the battlefield.
Or maybe second side of the wagon. Would you say that the spokesperson protects information or should support in obtaining information? How do you define the spokesperson role? I think both, actually. I think we mentioned that already. As a public civil servant, she's obliged to protect certain information. Again, so we mentioned the information about death of a soldier. In terms of the police, also accidents happen. Deaths, casualties happen as well. And I can't imagine the situation that the family learns about the death of their family member from the media. Unfortunately, the speed of publishing the media is ever increasing. But I think, yes, we need to protect information. In our case, sometimes we, conduct an investigation, and we need to protect media, the information about it. So we are restricted by the Polish law, even without the agreement of a prosecutor or a court. I'm also closer to, I think I'm closer to the second part of your question, that the information should be sent as soon as possible. Why? Well, not to create gossip, not to create certain gaps in information. So the sooner we send the clear information message, the better. Returning to the topic of this panel, is it possible, and why cooperation is possible? I think it is possible, and usually it is. It is conducted. It is quite well between spokespeople and journalists. But you mentioned one thing. Who is a journalist nowadays? Let me point out certain problems related to it. Everyone who has a blog or a social fan page and has a smartphone can be a journalist. Some people will just wear a bulletproof jacket, but they will write press, and they consider themselves civic journalists and have the same right as other journalists. Not to mention, and they forget about the fact that journalists not only have rights but also responsibilities. So there is a lot of regulated. So the work of a journalist is regulated, and the journalist, for example, needs to be reliable, objective, and verify the source of information. Tabloidization of media is also detrimental to our work. You don't talk about important topics often anymore, or often enough. Fast information is valued. Gossip is also published sometimes. The sooner the better. Previously, on the first panel, a lot was talked about social media, but that also complicates the lives of spokespeople. On one hand, almost 4 billion of internet users are now online, and then a lot of those people work in social media actively or spread information in social media actively, not only search for it. On one hand, we have the luxury of speed of transferring the information. On the other, sometimes the information can be out of context, unconfirmed, fake news. Sent on purpose, even to as a form of their activity. And then social media can't be stopped. You can't just withdraw information from social media, as the death of a soldier, for example, mentioned. Because sometimes even if you can't find some information on official news sites, you find it on social media, included, accompanied by photos or even videos, sometimes very brutal, very graphic. So I think the role of the spokespeople should be focused on fighting with fake news nowadays. People tell me sometimes that I'm responsible for image or PR of the police department. I tell them not so much. I've observed that us spokespeople, similarly to other uniform-based services, we are crisis managers right now, not PR managers. We don't have time to build a positive image of the police, because the crisis is followed by another crisis and so on. If we put out one fire, there is another one sparked somewhere else. So I understand the role of journalists very well if they convey true information, and we need to explain our mistakes, our errors. Then, of course, the control function of the media is very, very important. The civil rights spokesperson has equally important role, for example, and a similar role. But sometimes I need to support my spokespeople who work in my team because they need to excuse themselves from situations that are correct within the letter of the law, within the regulations, and they still are asked to explain them, excuse of them, and they still feel that our officers did something wrong. And I think a lot of journalists right now is misinformed or undereducated in terms of legal regulations of the police, for example, or soldiers. So I'm really happy to hear such experienced words from those journalists that are gathered here and the institutions that you represent here, like Polish Press Agency and so on. So but I'm also aware of the fact that there are a lot of private and independent media portals with not the substantive or objectivity, substantive value or objectivity is not as important as clickability. So these pseudo journalists, not to offend the real journalists, these pseudo journalists know that they are not empathic, they are not careful. They just want to be paid for the article. They just want their article to be clickable, so that they can show their bosses that they are worthy of employment. They need to be paid more. So to answer the question that is, to answer the question in the title, why cooperation is, if cooperation is possible, definitely, but cooperation only with true journalists. I don't want to cooperate. I would never want to cooperate with the pseudo journalists that I mentioned. And I think this particular time of the pandemic showed that perfectly. Especially connected with the illegal crossing of the border, events related to the illegal crossing of the border. The reliability of the information should be of paramount importance. Of course, the information should be independent, but also reliable and objective. And then, and only then, the situation will be great. This information is a great weapon used in a new war, and a new type of war, hybrid war. So before I ask you a question, I wanted to quote a Twitter entry, a tweet. An element used often not only by media but also states to conduct the war. This is the fan page of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Russia. Writes, 17th of September 1939, an anniversary. The Red Army started liberating Belarus. Started liberating Poland. We did not allow the Wehrmacht forces to move on, and all the nations, liberated nations, welcomed the Red Army. This information. How can we combat such states, such situations, such tweets? Well, you quoted a great state-generated fake news generated by the Russian state. In Retuda Dobrego Imienia Foundation, we discern three such types. First, deconstruction of the image of Polish history, like the one you've quoted. Second, the deconstruction of Polish reality, for example, presenting Poles as xenophobic, or discriminating minorities, country of apartheid, basically, LGBT-free zones, for example. And the third type, or subtype, is based on deconstructing information or attacking information about law that is in Poland, Polish law. So the centers of disinformation present Poland as the lawless state without free media and so on, which is used to weakening Polish situation, Polish position in the EU, reasons for attacking Poland in the EU and so on. So this, of course, creates the feedback loop for the situation about Poland and its image abroad. So how can we combat that? And is there a chance of fighting with such attempts at disinformation? In terms of Russia, Well, I think we can only demystify this fake news in the Western world because it's not directed at Poland, aimed at Poland. The tweet of the Russian ministry is directed at the Western world to show Poles as people who are at least fascists, who are co-responsible for the start of the Second World War. And then starting, a couple of years ago, Russia started informing the world that Poles are co-perpetrators of the Holocaust. So, of course, I don't have to talk about active measures probably here, which is the same Russian narrative, active in the moment when Poland has something important some important deal around the world, or in the moment when Poland has a problem with Russia. Right now, we have a very specific problem with Russia and Belarus as well. Why do they do that? In our assessment, it's to alienate Poland from NATO. Article 5 of NATO treaty is purely political. Supervision over military in a democratic country is conducted by civilians. So if their voters are convinced that Poland is a country of the co-perpetrators of the Holocaust, stigmatizing sexual minorities, and in the 17th of September, they learn that Poles persecuted Belarus, and Belarus needed to be liberated from Poland. Of course, these countries would have negative opinion about Poland. No politician who wants to start in further elections won't defend Poland if their voters have bad opinion about Poland. So this is the news that Russia creates over the Poland's neck, and this was one of the first elements, one of the first aspects. This treaty, Article 5 of the treaty, was one of the first articles I wrote when starting the foundation, accusing Poland of being co-responsible for the Holocaust. Right now, we have the scientific consensus. It sounds terrible in Polish ears for Poles, but if you listen to the so-called Holocaust researchers, the conviction that Poles are co-perpetrators of the Holocaust is quite common right now. So we need to fight that, and our foundation do what they can, but it needs to be supported by the states. If we talk about the disinformation about as a method of functioning of certain media in Poland, we have to say about the disinformation campaigns that are directed internally. So this is the external aspect I mentioned before, the participation of Poland in the NATO. But we also have such disinformation means inside, in Poland. People who are convinced that Poland is not a democracy, that we are living in a regime, and that people are persecuted for different reasons. Certain media in Poland use such actions to sow dissent. So, for example, attacking certain people or institutions, or including the Ministry of National Defense, of course. So, creating this smaller dissent so that the citizens are convinced about their false image of reality. Special operations that are included, that included within the so-called character assassination. So a given person is given bad press to the person. Of course, most of this information is false. I don't want to talk about specific examples. We all know who I mean. Disseminating false information about Polish reality that threatens the state security. External Russian disinformation that resonates in the Polish media about COVID and the whole pandemic's issue. The fact that Russians generate these fake news is clear, and it was stated and confirmed by the Americans through their services. And there's also a document about the way of disseminating false information about the origins of AIDS, for example, a few decades ago, when the Western world learned about active measures, Russian active measures. Of course, certain media in Poland resonate false information from Russian disinformation about the international situation in general. An image is generated, a false image is generated about the ultimate power of Russian Federation to create the inferiority complex in Poles and fear for the future. This is the most usual model of functioning disinformation that, in our assessment, is generated by Russia.
Knowing well, rooted in Poland, fear of war, mainly fear of war, which stems from the fact that Poles hasn't worked with the post-war trauma. This trauma is inherited because after the Second World War, Poland was under the Soviet occupation, and it was impossible to tell the truth about the Second World War. Of course, there are some movies like Hans Kloss and many very popular Polish TV series, and also literature. But there was no possibility to talk about Soviet occupation, and the trauma associated with war and with Russian invasion wasn't healed. So that's why Poland has this inner fear of the conflict. It's a natural fear, but it's by Russian disinformation strengthened. That's why the situation in the Belarus and at the border and the border crisis generated by Russia are based on the fear. Some Polish politicians also apply this fear because Russia is presented as a power, ultimate power, and information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia want to evoke the fear that Russia is the opponent and we need to fear Russia. The first part of the panel is now finished. Do you have any questions? I don't know that if you know that we are still 40 minutes ahead of us. So how to inform about conflicts, how to inform about military exercises and armed conflicts. And I would like to ask now Colonel Dariusz Kryszk. Yes, thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to refer to redactor from the Maciej Świrski from the Polish press agency. Is that new? Do we deal it for the first time, or maybe there is a theory which explains that, which can describe that? Because if we get to know the theory, we would be able to understand the mechanisms that are now in social space. We are now at the War Studies University thinking about it, and when we think about it, we look at the combat theory. Professor Kotarbiński, taxology, we refer to him and to his philosophy. And theory of combat says that if there are two entities and they have opposite aims, they want to impose their will to the opponent. So they recognize the enemy. If they have opposite aims, we want our enemy to do what we want. We want that our enemy listens to us as inferior to us. And there starts a interpersonal relation. We can observe such a relation in our private life. Two opposing entities are now in conflict. So what about the communication, interpersonal communication that we call a fight? So how does a communication with our enemy look like? How would we communicate with an enemy? And we refer to the theory of combat. So if there is a combat, this combat is unarmed. So it can be, for example, an information fight. So to, for example, influence the opponent disinform the opponent, undermine the morale of the opponent. During the international law allows such tricks during the war. It's okay to disinform the opponent. So we have disinformation. This is a form of the combat, of the fight, and a tool that is used by disinformation is fake news, a pure lie. What's my goal of saying that? There are two types of interpersonal relations, according to Kotarbiński. Cooperation is one, so the role of communication. Communications needs to be credible and reliable, but there's also a fight. This theory can be used internally and externally. If you call someone an enemy, then you conduct an informational fight or war with this person, and this is negative. So how to defend ourselves against that? I think that being conscious, being aware of the processes that are taking part between us. So when I read an information, when I listen to someone, I'm thinking, if this person who is sending this information, is this person cooperating with the recipient or not? Do they have common goal or the opposite goal? Katarina Kruk from Facebook said that we need to educate people. We need to tell people how not to be manipulated. So whenever we read or watch something, we need to ask ourselves a question. Is this information detrimental to anyone? Is anyone benefiting from this information? Only then we will be able to see clearly the game that we are a part of. So when we are having the military exercises, let's say moving to Nowa Dęba, thousands of soldiers, so big military exercises, or if we compare it to Zapad 21, well, it's not very important compared to Zapad 21. I think we demonize a lot of things. We have mobile phones, we have tablets, and when we are informed about something, then everything is actually clear and ultimately clear to us. Well, numbers, if something is big or small, this is relative, because if you've never been in these big cathedral, for example, you never know how to refer to it to something. Or if you've never been to the military exercise zone, you don't know how to compare it. I would like to ask if it's possible to communicate something, and we communicate something, but we do not sell information that is threatening or that threatens the interest of military state or anything else. But what is admissible? I think we should be open. I think we are open. Of course, it's difficult to miss the transport of 4,000 soldiers. Yeah, but let's leave that. People around the world think about, function this way. My colleagues in Iraq, my colleagues in Afghanistan, and so on and so forth. Journalists that are in the different units, usually civilians. Sometimes they wear uniforms, but sometimes they do not. They don't have guns, but they are prepared. They are prepared to inform others. And many, many times there was a situation that I knew much more than I talked about, because when I was among my colleagues, my military colleagues, but not only, but among also colleagues from the police, I know more than I tell. So there is my auto-censorship. I wouldn't call it auto-censorship. This is my awareness, what I can do, what I can tell, and what I shouldn't tell. So we have trained people. If we have people we can trust, then they should have access everywhere, and they will inform in a way that everyone is satisfied. So we won't have any situation that someone who is imposing restrictions, I don't know, regulations, different acts or local regulations would be able to tell journalists, you cannot do that. You can say that, but you cannot say that. Journalists should know on their own because they are trained that something is good and something is bad. Agnieszko, can we be, as journalists, people who are assessing the amount of the military exercise, if this military exercise is big or small? I'm not using a lot of numbers in the radio. We don't use a lot of numbers because people don't actually like numbers on the radio because they don't have the image. So it's quite difficult to hear the number on the radio. And this is not my favorite form of informing others. So I don't use numbers, but I'm trying to find some main leitmotif, let's say, of the information. For example, that we train moving soldiers, moving large group of soldiers. So we don't use numbers, as I said. But referring to what Andrzej said, if something is good or bad, it's not about evaluating anything. I would like to say that when you create information, when I create the information, and this is my rule, personal rule, I'm trying always to be credible, reliable, and actually check in two sources what I'm going to write about. So I always double check everything because later I publish it on social media or on the Polish TV. This should be a foundation of what we are doing. Yes, but very often police focus on extinguishing small fires because there are many, let's say, civic guardians, and they inform everyone. So I would like now to ask Ministry of National Defense about your policy about informing a society. I think your policy has been changing, because I think Polish military is opening now. Why? Because this is the element of the society, one thing. Over 100, many people. Aren't you afraid? No, you shouldn't be afraid of the military because military guards our safety, and this is the main information. It's not a lie. It's the main information we want to disseminate. Military trains to secure, to defend us. So aren't you afraid to show that? Of course, you need to balance it. Sometimes I use myself the words, word is a weapon, we are at the battlefront. Of course, the language today is using a lot of military terms, but we want to show that Polish military is well equipped, has very experienced, can talk with people. I know that some journalists criticize military for taking part in the military picnics. I mean, this is the only place where civilians can actually meet with soldiers, because civilians cannot enter military units other way. There should be some kind of the level of communication between civilians and soldiers. People have to know that soldiers are just common people, that soldiers work like policemen, and they do what they have to do, and they do their job. So we don't have any problems about informing others of military exercises, because now everyone has a smartphone and everyone can be so-called a journalist or transmit information. So we cannot hide any, I think, activities. And there's no sense to hide such content. Military does what it needs to do. Trains itself, professionalizes itself. And I would like, as a taxpayer, who contributes to buying equipment for military, billions of Polish zlotys. I want to know as a taxpayer that someone can use this equipment well.
And then if something is closed, if an area is closed, then it evokes, of course, an interest among people. You talked about a very important thing. That's a question. As a civil servant, I know about my limitations. And I agree on such role. The question is, can I, as a civil servant, cannot ask about journalists' reliability, credibility? Can I undermine your competences? Because there are situations that some people are unprepared or asks stupid questions, dangerous questions, or dangerously stupid questions. Well, in terms of the connections between, Ministry of Defense and journalism, there is a very well-developed structure. I hope that all of the other journalists will agree with you as well. Maybe not all of everyone, but I have the impression, because when that if I communicate with the Ministry of Defense. If somebody knows me and I know the person on the other side, it's easier for me to communicate with this person, with the ministry. And I'm not talking about, getting some kind of under the table good deal here, but I just know whether we can trust. But is it worth opening? Because I think opening out, going out to the society, because I know the police has been doing it. Well, it's difficult for me to convince my colleagues. Why are we opening out? Why is it good to be transparent? What kind of benefits can it be for the police? So let me use the same arguments I use with my colleagues. We can, of course, be mysterious, be closed. Courts or, for example, prosecutors are not very transparent, I think. They don't inform about the different situations they face, different challenges they face. Of course, maybe they have very good conditions, better conditions to work. Maybe it's acceptable, but when there are studies, for example, assessing certain institutions, courts, prosecutors are always in the bottom, around the bottom. They are usually considered as closed, not transparent, not openly, not open to the society. Police was used to be considered like that, but if people know that we act quickly, not only when saving somebody's life, and there are 18,000 such interventions right now, and maybe one may be controversial out of these 18,000. But we know that, of course, it will be discussed about the one, the one, not the 17,999. But we draw our conclusions quickly, try to do it at least, and that contributes to the assessment of the civil assessment of the cooperation, of the operations of a given institutions. Of course, the pandemics was difficult for us, but I think civic assessments decreased to 60%. But if we assessed policemen or police people, not police officers, not the police department, the assessment is quite high. Social assessment, 74% consider police officers as doing good job. But before the pandemics before the pandemics forced us to do things that are, well, supportive for the society. I think we gained a lot. So we have, as I said, 75% of social approval. Why do we need that? Because if then this district officer is not trusted, people won't come to them and won't say, well, my neighbor is, doing something illegal, or there are parties organized or drugs being sold at the house next to me. So no district officer would have informers about people, stealing cars in the neighborhood. So that's why we need positive opinion among the society. People are our eyes and ears, and they will cooperate with us only when they trust us. only when the trust is over 50%, let's say, that when they know that the information will be used to the society, to the civil benefit. So a counter argument to bad information when a drunk officer was stopped driving or took a bribe, we need to fight that with good information, that this is the person who will be fired, who will be taken out of the force. We need to combat it with information that police officers saved lives, or for example, provided a convoy for a woman in labor. That police officers, for example, helped protecting a house from the flood, and so on. We need to have a counter argument for these bad news, because they will be there, out there, and we need to counteract them with something. We can't just excuse ourselves, keep explaining the errors, the mistakes. We need to do more. We need to fight with positive information, positive news. Of course, we need to. We see that, for example, right now there is a lot of negative information about the border people, border guard, who are guarding our borders. Both them and us are doing our jobs. We were obliged by that with our oaths that we swore at the beginning of our service, and by the Polish law. And our job is simple. We just need to adhere to these regulations that bind us. Similarly to journalists, for example. You mentioned hate. So how not to be a puppet in foreign policies, in politics? Well, it's a fundamental question in the perspective of the Polish society, I think, because we've been observing these phenomena. I think it strengthened after 2015 when Law and Justice came to power. So there are certain opinions that are aimed at changing the opinion of Poles about their own country. How can we counteract that? Well, among journalists and media-related people, we know well that whenever there is a fake information about an institution or a person, and this information is generated by media that are specialized in organizing these negative campaigns about a person or a group of people, then the affected people or institutions are practically helpless, because in Polish press law there is no mechanism that can prevent such activities. And if you look deeper, they are done on demand. They are done on demand of foreign countries, foreign lobbyists. So what should we do? What can we do? Clarification doesn't work, usually. Right now, if we try to clarify something, then then of course you should enter into open discussion, and then of course I don't know, you may involve the court if you want. And then you may even demand clarification of the original information, that it was falsified. Of course, that takes time. Sometimes courts don't decide in our favor, but it takes years usually. The longest such case I heard of lasted for 17 years. In our experience, so in the work of our foundation, we deal with it on an everyday basis. And the longest process against, the longest trial against such false information lasted for 4.5 years. So we started in 2014, 15, and it stopped. Sorry, it concluded in 2019. So in terms of efficiency, the Polish press law does not fulfill its role. These disinformation campaigns that should be clarified cannot be clarified in time to stop them at its beginning. And in terms of false information about, for example, purchasing armament, that can directly influence our Polish security, state security. So we are helpless as state authorities are helpless. Of course, we lose trust among citizens. I would say we're not doing the worst in the recent years. Recently we've been first or second as a military. I mean, and the Ministry of Defense. We are first or second in terms of the social perception among people. We are trusted. Okay, so apologies. Stand corrected. But looking at all that, we prepared a civic proposal. We are an NGO after all, so we prepared a civic proposal of modernizing the Polish press law that would allow us, that would give us tool to fight with this. With this bad press campaign. So, for example, we could have a shortened process of publishing clarification. So, from publishing falsified information to publishing the clarification, that would be 76 hours in total if the law is passed. Of course, that would require some further changes, like, for example, delivering subpoena in the electronic form, the possibility of delivering subpoena in the electronic form, not only on paper. Why do I talk about that in the context of being puppets of foreign politics? Well, we definitely need to have some kind of regulations for fighting with fake news. We talked in the introduction. We talked about being fake resilient, and I think this is the biggest weakness of the current Polish situation: the inability of combating fake news efficiently, legally, also. We are still being afraid that we are embarked on the freedom of speech, whereas in my opinion, and I think most of the members of the audience will agree with me, the main value for Poland is to retain its independence. And fake news directed against Poland are directly infringing that independence. So, question to journalists: have you ever had problems with that? Have you ever felt that somebody tries to sell you information that is biased, that is falsified, or that somebody wanted to bribe you at some point for you to publish the information that would be against the Polish state? I haven't had such experience. Andrzej, what about you? But there is a but. But there were small situations like that. I think before the pandemics, one of the publishers called me, panicked, and told me, well, one of the Russian agencies has something very important. There is going to be an important contract being signed. And then I told him, wait up. But I track current affairs, and any contracts related to the armaments, I haven't heard about anything like that. No, but check it out. And I verified his information. I called some friends of mine that know a bit better in terms of Russian relations. I had some conversations with politologists, and it turned out that it's nothing worth looking into. Just an example. Maybe Andrzej had more. Let me answer a question with a question. You go to Kielce, to the international trade fair in Kielce, fair in Kielce. Well, you can find a lot of confirmation to your question. I don't want to delve on that too long. It's the so-called lobbying. Let's call it a lobbying. But are there limits in informing about armaments? I think there's somebody waiting to ask a question. There he is, yes. Thank you for spotting me. Let me open the Pandora's box here. Maciej Zaborowski. I came back from working overseas. I've worked directly in the USA, in the American structures, and I had some questions for the previous panel. But my first remark is that we have nothing to be ashamed of. This great professionalization of American media, Western media. If we take a look in its entirety. So, for example, something that Mr. Andrew Nagorski mentioned, Polish American or American Pole, that I had the pleasure of speaking with 3 years ago. And he said that what killed independent mainstream media in the US was the so-called freeing them and opening them for commercialization. Right now, there is no journalism in open media. There are just journalists working on commission. For example, there is a celebrity in mainstream media who in one of the main universities in Warsaw, who said that if you think Poles are fools, he said you're mistaken. He said Americans are bigger fools because of the state of the media there and what kind of information they are fed. Let me add 2 more comments and then some questions. I still lack one important thing that is at the basis of the problem here, being discussed here. You talk a lot. I feel that you talk a lot about technicalities, but what I lack is foundation. Just because journalists are paid and are working on commission, listening on to you, I have a great feeling because working overseas, I had I had an impression that it's quite the contrary. But the problem I wanted to pay your attention to is that societies, especially Western societies, became deluded and they follow the Machiavellian transactional approach. Everything is for sale and everything can be manipulated. Machiavellism next to narcissism and psychopathy is the dark trio. But can we get to your question? Because it might be that we won't have time to answer. So don't you think that it would be good to return to the work at basics, to educate journalists in their profession, so that mainstream media, because we're living in Huxley's society, not Orwell's society, but Huxley's. I think the youth minds is hacked, and their brains can be accessed through their smartphone. So in this particular reality, without good journalism that would use moral values and ethics, there is no chance to save the future.
I can answer the question as a president of the Polish Press Association, Polish Press Agency. So Polish Press Agency is a school of journalism for everyone. We have even in our agency, let's call it a training school, because Polish Press Agency specificity has mark and tradition, and we upbring journalists as journalists, not media carriers. And this is the difference between Polish Press Agency journalists and journalists who have not graduated from Polish Press Agency. Of course, in Polish radio, let's say, Polish radio is the exception, and they also train good journalists. But we teach journalists that they need to show all the legs of the information. They need to contact all the people they write about, not to create information based only on what they've read on the online. And this is the main issue associated with this information in the context what Colonel asked about. You've had probably many times situation that someone or media writes something about you or your institution, and media have not contacted with you. And this is the main mistake, but very, very common mistake. I've trained it on myself. I read about myself a lot of different things, but the journalists who wrote about me hadn't contacted me. And what Polish press agency does is to reverse this negative tendency. Is it possible to change that? To sum up, I think, yes, there is a big chance to change that trend. And from my perspective, I can praise journalists that now work in the Polish press agency or used to work in the Polish press agency, or they moved to other publishers. These are real journalists. I can call them real journalists, and they have great know-how, they have great workshop, but I think we need to start a discussion, and it's very uncomfortable. You talked about changing press regulation. 1982, Polish press regulation. Of course, the was amended, but it is not very adjusted to real life. Everyone uses emails, and the explanations needs to be, for example, explanation to the situation should be submitted in person or via post. So another situation between public servants, Polish Press Act, Polish press regulations shouldn't be about limitation of media, but it doesn't define, for example, how the Polish journalist card should look like, the ID should look like. For example, some IDs looked like police IDs. Instead of police officer, it was a journalist investigator. And there was even a police badge. It looked like the police ID. So it's very important that the journalist needs to have a proper, well-defined ID, especially when we have events like today, the very important events, clarifications. Everyone here in the room, majority of soldiers, you need to have, for example, higher education, or you need to have had finished some course or training. These are requirements for you to do your jobs. In terms of journalists, I don't know, but there is no minimum of education. I'm not talking about doing MA in journalism, but at least there should be some kind of a training lasting for several months. I have sometimes situation, I deal with people, I don't call them even journalists because they make stylistic mistakes. They have no journalist preparation. A person that yesterday woke up and thought, okay, I will open my publishing office and I will now create my own ID, and I now require information from you. Yeah, the world is going to change. We have only 4 minutes. Are there any limitations about informing others about informing about armaments. Of course, yes. I'm not a specialist in armaments, and when I enter the military career, a military vehicle, I'm not writing about that. But of course, there are many spokespeople who are well informed about that, who are experts, and I don't have a problem with that. And I hope that when you are present in the unit, there is someone who checks if you don't actually see too much. Sometimes people don't want to show anything. No, it's not about that. You should show something. You should show something that is interesting, or hide something that is not, or that you shouldn't show to the public. Yeah, it's quite a tricky patient. Like, aren't you afraid? Well, information. Operational security, OPSEC, it is present in the military. So information that cannot be disseminated because knowledge about the information would be beneficial to the opponent. So to win with the enemy, we have some kind of advantage. So, for example, details about armaments and the potential of the armaments should be kept secret because in this way we tell us about our power of the combat. Everything is on the internet. No, you cannot find everything online. Of course, the source is the internet, but it doesn't have to be true. I will give you the example from real life. Drawsko. We were organizing pool day. We pack all journalists into the vehicle, and we transport them to M109. And the journalists, when asks a question, is it a tank or is it something else? So is it a howitzer or something else? Journalists ask, can we come closer to these vehicles? And then journalists ask, can we enter the vehicle and film what's inside? And then they were told, no, you cannot. And the journalists need to know that we don't show that because we don't want to show our combat capabilities to the opponent, to the enemy. We, as a military, need to have some secrets. Okay, we have still 40 seconds. Do you want to use 20 seconds? Yeah, I want to refer to what a gentleman said and to the question of Mr. Officer from Broad. Because you talked about unreliability of information. So like in the Polish press agency or the agency I represent, but also very often in Polsat TV, there are journalists who specialize in a given topic. And this is actually in private life. When we have our specialty in private life, we care about it. It's like our garden, private garden. So we care for our garden. And this, when we have beautiful flowers, this is our reward. But I think we should aim for specialization. Okay, so let's, I will tell only 2 sentences. I also complain about new employees. I see who we are having on the market and what kind of people we can get. I can see that. But I need to tell you something else, because yesterday it was described that Polsat is the most credible media among Polish TVs. Thank you very much. Of course, according to respondents. Yes, of course we can complain because it is as it is. We can educate. And of course we can, by making mistakes, do our job because not only journalists inform others. We can also use and apply conversation with others without informing the journalists. We need to use modern media. We need to use modern tools. Anna Kuzma, Deputy Director of the Operational Center of the Minister of National Defense, Colonel Dariusz Kryszk, host, Agnieszka Drążkiewicz, Andrzej Żak, Maciej Świrski, Reduta Dobrego Imienia, Polish Press Agency, and Inspector Mariusz Ciarka, spokesman of the police headquarters. But we are not finishing. I thought you... Well, yes, we are having the break, coffee break, and then we will talk about Stratcom direction, international perspective.
Welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And we're slowly starting our 3rd panel. As you noticed, the layout of the seats changed a bit because we will have, well, some of our guests, panelists will appear on the screen. And I would like to use that moment to thank to our simultaneous interpreters that are with us at the very beginning, from the very beginning, and then challenge them a bit. Thank you.
like to switch to English. Short introduction. We have one and a half hours. As to other panels, we will have our initial discussion, then a little bit wider discussion, and then we will jump into the questions that we will receive either from you or from the online participants. So I have to say that the balance between online and physical participation is changing a little bit, but it's still high as I got my information from the technicians. So we are watched by a lot. So if you want to ask a question, we have 2 microphones here at both ends of the stage. So please, whenever I will say that there is time for Q&A, come up to the microphone, and then you can ask the question. Wait, of course, for the floor. And if you're online, please write your question in the comment section. In the chat section in Zoom, so that's how we can see your question. So last look at the whole. Is everything okay with the translation devices? Let's look at the panelists. Comms check with outer stations. Can you hear us? Okay, I get thumbs up from Washington and from Brussels and from Singapore. Thank you. So we can start. Our panel, and what a panel that is. I'm Commander Grzegorz Łykow. I'm representing the Academic Center for Strategic Communication, and I'll be your moderator for today. And I'm here with a group of distinguished panelists. I'm honored to be here with Mr. Yanis Sars, the director of NATO Strategic Communication Center of Excellence in Riga. Thank you for coming to Warsaw. We are here also with the head of European External Action Service East Stratcom Task Force, Dr. Martyna Bildziukiewicz, joining us online from Brussels. We are also here with Mr. Karl Stolz, Deputy Coordinator for Policy Programs and Operations at the U.S. State Department's Global Engagement Center, joining us from Washington, D.C. Good early morning, sir. I'm here at the stage also with Mr. Rasmus Hindren, Head of International Relations in the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats in Helsinki. Thank you for coming to Warsaw, sir. And joining online, Dr. Shashi Jayakumar, Director of the Center of Excellence for National Security at S. Rajarantam School of International Studies at Nanyang Technological University, joining us online. Great to have you, sir. And last but not least, Mr. Stanisław Żaryn, spokesman of the Minister Special Service Coordinator, head of the National Security Department in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland. Thank you, sir, for joining us at the conference here at the War Studies University. My distinguished guests, I'm really honored that you decided to join us for this conference. Let me interpret it as okay, Academic Center for Strategic Communication is kind of new kid on the block. And we already have friends. So, of course, we have people, entities to look up to cooperate, to build platform for best practice sharing. And the ambition for this panel is to look at the strategic communication from international perspective. So it's commonly understood that no country should face the challenges of the information environment by itself. No nation should face the threats of the information environment alone. So let's talk about cooperation. Let's talk about best practice sharing. Let's talk about the exchange of what we know in use for building a better future. So I would like to start this introductory session, let's call it like that, with Mr. Yanis Sars. Sir, you've pointed out in your keynote speech that everything communicates. You somehow referred to NATO 2030 report. So could you introduce the NATO Stratcom COE perspective, your perspective?
Well, I think first and foremost, of course, we believe that strategic communication is
already one of the key features within the national security construct, given that the attacks on the cognitive space for our societies, democracies in particular, are so abundant and large in scope. And as we see, it is being used more and more, because that is seen as a place where one can go ahead, have an effect, succeed, and carry away a plausible deniability. Who was behind that? On top of that, of course, I always say we are living in the era of information revolution, the one that humankind has never seen before, because of the way technology transforms it, and it creates its own vulnerabilities within that. So we as a center, we really look after trying to understand what is happening, what are the risks, what the adversaries are doing, what are the future evolving risks, and with that understanding, to actually translate it into the doctrines for NATO, for models of operation for the nations, and also for helping out to build up the training capacities. Because as I've said earlier this day, I think if people in a national security establishments at large, and in defense in particular, would not have a good ability to use strategic communication, it will be very difficult to defend yourself, especially in the cognitive realm. And if we see the dynamics, and I'm sure we'll end up with having a separate domain called cognitive domain, where conflict is being fought out, it is going to be crucial. Another aspect I always advocate, and that is, as I've said, one thing that is really different this time around about this information warfare space is technologies. They are the game changers. Because on other aspects, of course, you can refer back to the Cold War years, we can refer back to the Second World War, First World War, and so go on. There have been a lot of instances where these things have been used, but the technology makes it really different. And the technology, it never sleeps, it evolves as we speak all the time. And basically, we are approaching the moment in a human history where through the technological applications, one can control human free will. And that is a kind of a benchmark from our perspective. And we can talk about that a little bit later. But I think, therefore, it is important not only to work on what is, but prepare for what will be. It's a significant area that is growing in significance, and really important to go for international cooperation, because, as we all know, this thing doesn't have boundaries. It travels all around the world, and you never know from which side something will happen, so we have to be prepared.
Thank you very much for that introduction, sir. And now I would like to go to Brussels and ask for the EU perspective. Dr. Martyna Bildziukiewicz, could you share it with us?
Good afternoon from Brussels. Thank you very much for having me. As you may know, I lead a team of really hands-on experts, and therefore my intervention will be focused on really hands-on experience that we have, that we are gathering every day. What Director has said resonates with me very much, and I would dare to say that strategic communications is very often referred to, too often really, only in times of trouble. So not all the time do we have this reflex of using strategic communications all the time, which is exactly what we should do, because this is how we can prepare for what is to come and not only react to things that are already happening. Maybe let's go a little bit back in the past. I would like to name an example of the MH17 plane shot down 7 years ago. As you may know, we know that now after a few years. We know that immediately after the plane was shut down, many social media accounts, which we now know were associated with the infamous Internet Research Agency, immediately started sowing discord. Within the first 72 hours after the shutdown, over 65,000 tweets were sent out in the information space. Another example, disinformation narratives about the Azov Sea, blaming Ukraine for disrespecting the international borders, were recorded almost a year before the Azov Sea incident happened in 2018. A more recent example, the current pandemic, has been exploited by the disinformation machine, and I'm not only talking about pro-Kremlin disinformation machine, which I deal with every day, to the fullest. What is interesting, I think, is that pro-Kremlin outlets started taking interest in the coronavirus topic even before it came to Europe. The EU versus Disinfo database of disinformation cases has recorded the first disinformation case actually from Sputnik Belarus on 22nd of January 2020. And it was, by the way, about how the virus was elaborated in secret Nato laboratories. And then pro-Kremlin outlets, along with the other ones, rode the waves, so to speak, of the pandemic, from questioning the very existence of the virus to attacking national measures aimed at limiting the spread of the virus to fueling vaccine hesitancy. But this, of course, refers to Western vaccines solely. I could name many, many more examples, but why do I actually start with the examples? Because I think this is crucial to know that we need to be prepared, bearing in mind that the disinforming side, the disinformation perpetrators are very well prepared and often ready to engage in a full-blown operation within minutes. So how do we do that on the East Stratcom Task Force and the whole European External Action Service side? First of all, we monitor, we analyze, and we call out those who lie, disinform, and try to sow discord. Secondly, and this is one of the most important things in my view, we educate and train. We point out how the disinformation machine works, how the manipulation works, what techniques are used, how they evolve, and how, most importantly, citizens, media, social media users can defend themselves. Because we need to know how the system works in order to defend ourselves. Thirdly, we make sure to fill the void that disinformation is leaving with credible, reliable information. We also support independent journalism, and we take care of our own, that is the EU's communication, to make sure that we are understood and seen. And I think this is as important as reacting to disinformation directly. And fourthly, given how the information landscape is evolving, which was also mentioned by Director Salz, we need and we are working on the new framework to tackle the threat. The European Democracy Action Plan is really essential in this regard, with its core element to develop develop and strengthen actually EU's toolbox to counter foreign information manipulation and interference. One of the instruments that we are working on right now is imposing costs on the perpetrators, so that disinformation is not that easy to perform anymore. And of course, needless to say, all of this has to be done not only in close cooperation with EU member states, but also in very close cooperation with the whole of the outside world, be it the United States, be it the United Kingdom, and other actors who see the threat in a similar way that we do. Of course, for this, the shared understanding of the threat and the shared methodology is necessary, and this is also something that we're working on intensively right now. I will stop right there, but I would be happy to discuss more details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction and describing your approach to the topic. And now I would like to go to Washington, D.C., to Mr. Karl Stolz, to the Global Engagement Center. Sir, could you share the U.S. perspective on the international aspect of strategic communication?
Thank you very much, and Dzień dobry. It's early morning here, but we're very delighted to participate in this conference. I wish we could be there in person, but it's a wonderful opportunity to exchange views with people who have the same perspectives that we do on the importance of fighting against disinformation and propaganda. And as Martina and as you have already stated, this is a very serious 21st century battlefield that we are all in the middle of. If the last century saw warfare go from being conflicts between two nation states to global conflicts, now we're seeing warfare move into the realm of the mind and to be never ending, in the sense that adversaries, people who seek to take advantage of the freedom of information and the ability of the technology to now move ideas around the world rapidly, try to take over that space and make sure that people only hear their message or are influenced by their message to take actions that undermine the institutions of their own governments. So it's a very, very important issue, and I'm glad that so many of you are interested in it. Let me give you a little background on the Global Engagement Center. Originally, the Global Engagement Center was started not long after the events of September 11th, 2001, so 20 years ago, originally designed to counter the ability of non-state actors, terrorist organizations, to both recruit new members and also get their message of threat and hate across broad platforms. And the original purpose was to focus specifically on those organizations. Later, the US Congress broadened our role to also look at state actors, primarily Russia, China, and Iran, who were engaged in global efforts to not only, as every nation does, promote their own strategic messages, but then to also use nefarious means such as disinformation, false identities, and other manipulation of technology to make sure their message drowned out other messages. In some cases, making it very difficult for other voices to be heard in certain countries, and in many cases, including in the United States, using false identities and trying to pretend to be messages coming from within or from third countries. So the links to the message back to the Kremlin or Beijing were not as apparent. So the GEC's mission is to work with all parts of the US government and also with international partners to counter that disinformation and propaganda by both foreign state and non-state adversaries. We do this by coordinating, as I mentioned, with other parts of the US government, with international partners, and more importantly now with the private sector, with the industries that provide the environment platforms by which this information can be spread. We work together with others in the State Department, with our embassies around the world, with the Department of Defense, with intelligence agencies and others to share information that is deemed to be disinformation so people can assess the appropriate response. And like I noted, we work with international partners, and that's why I'm delighted to have this opportunity to meet now with you, with the Academic Center for Strategic Communications, and with others, so we can together compare notes and fight this battle together, which is really the only way we can be successful since it is such a global threat. We do a lot already. We just had an exercise in Lithuania together with Nato that was looking at one of the more current threats, to give a specific example of deliberate expulsion of people with refugee status from Belarus into Lithuania, and I think that's also a concern in Poland. There's an effort often to target pre-elections throughout Europe, throughout the world, where we see the efforts at disinformation, not necessarily to promote one candidate, but just to sow distrust in institutions and to undermine societies by creating conflict. And we certainly have experienced that in the United States as well. In Central and Eastern Europe, we do media literacy training. We try to help strengthen journalists who are independent and focus on fact-based reporting. We've done a number of programs to help activists, academics, journalists, and other members of civil society develop the skills they need to detect propaganda and disinformation and counter it. I think most of you are familiar with the tactics that the Kremlin uses and others use to undermine democratic societies and disrupt information environments. One little thing that I was interested to learn since I most recently was in Moscow as the embassy's Minister Counselor for Public Affairs until Mr. Putin decided that I needed to leave early this May. But the word disinformatia in Russian was adopted by the KGB in the 1950s, deliberately choosing a foreign word for the, at that time, Soviet Union's propaganda efforts, because they thought it would then seem that it was a Western invention, not one that they developed themselves to actively attack others. So even the word disinformation is an example of disinformation. We've seen the Kremlin take advantage of the free speech and open nature of other societies around the world to try to sow internal conflict. And as Martina pointed out with the coronavirus pandemic, we've seen not just Russia, but also China not only promote their own vaccines, but actively try to undermine trust in the scientific medical process, to create doubt in societies about vaccines, about the necessary measures that people have to take to protect themselves from the pandemic, and certainly has exacerbated the pain we all feel from dealing with this global pandemic. We wrote a report in August 2020 called The Pillars of Russia's Disinformation and Propaganda Ecosystem, which if you don't have copies of, we can make available, that analyzed the many ways that Russia uses its ecosystem to promote disinformation, and the 5 main pillars of their system, which include official government communication, state-funded messaging globally through Russia Today, Sputnik, and other sources, cultivation of proxy sources who echo their words, the weaponization of social media, as I mentioned, and then cyber-enabled disinformation. It is not easy to counter such an approach, and it requires a lot of international cooperation, a long-term view, building up society resilience to these messages, reducing vulnerabilities, and, as we mentioned, coming out and specifically naming egregious examples of disinformation. We're trying in the US government to take a holistic approach to this. We, as Martina and others mentioned, we try to identify and then analyze and track disinformation, counter it, and build up resistance. And we're pushing back when we can on false narratives. We try to raise awareness among vulnerable audiences of disinformation. We support independent media. We monitor the latest tools and techniques used by people that are the source of disinformation. And this is the primary role of GEC. We've developed some analytical tools, some software and other tools that help us look at this more effectively, which we are very happy to share through international organizations with our partners. And we also work increasingly in the last few years with the social media companies and the other technology companies. They will not take instructions from us, but we will share with them examples of people violating their own terms of service. And in many cases, when we have identified disinformation and gone to Twitter, Google, YouTube, Facebook, and other companies with examples of false identities and other methods of violating their terms of service, they've then taken those sites down. So we're working very closely with them to try to make sure that people who are presenting false identities to spread disinformation can be removed. And I want to finish by commending the excellent efforts of Poland as an excellent partner in this global fight against disinformation and propaganda. We know you have your regional challenges, but we are committed to working with you. The GEC is committed to working with you and with our other partners, sharing our best practices, identifying vulnerabilities, and strengthening all of our defense against this continuing threat. Because the best way, I think, to counter disinformation is to make sure that we all are aware of it and prepared to defend against it. There was a Harvard study recently, because we had an internal debate in the U.S. government over whether calling out disinformation is counterproductive because it raises awareness and attention to the original message or not. The Harvard study showed that people that are informed that they are being disinformed are then much more cautious and skeptical about believing other things. So we believe it's very important that we continue to work together to share, identify, and counter disinformation. It's the best defense we have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for kind words and introduction. So I would like to come back to the stage here in Warsaw, and would like to move to Mr. Rasmus Hindren. So you're representing the hybrid COE. So there's a particular aspect of Stratcom, particular aspect of hybrid warfare that is described by Stratcom. So could you elaborate about your approach to communication, to influence, to the cognitive domain?
Sure. Thank you. First of all, thanks for inviting me here, and kudos on a well-organized conference. I'm going to try to answer that question perhaps by making two larger points. First, trying to situate this topic, this discussion in the broader hybrid threat framework, and then talk a little bit about how we see the international responses specifically to disinformation. But maybe starting with the broader context and of hybrid threats, and this is pretty much easy for me to chime in with what colleagues have already been saying, in emphasizing that indeed this is only one of the many tools. Disinformation is one of the many tools that the malign actors have at their disposal and utilize in their campaigns. In addition to diplomatic, military, we can also add weaponized migration and other means to the mix. So this is what hybrid influencing and hybrid warfare is about. It's about combination of these different means and tools, and it's about recognizing the vulnerabilities of the target state and trying to target those vulnerabilities and the interfaces between the various authorities. So, and this kind of influencing is likely to increase or continue in the future, as long as we cannot drive up the costs of these kinds of influencing attempts and attacks. Both well, first of all, the economic costs are low and the political costs are low. So we have to drive the political costs at least upwards in order to make it more difficult for the malign actors to keep continuing their campaigns. But this is very much emblematic to this era of strategic competition in a way, and I'm sort of taking the long way here, but bear with me, because when we talk about competition, this is characterized by the fact that it's constant, it's happening all the time, and the fact that it's mostly under the threshold of conflict, or at least under the threshold of formally declared warfare. So we need to adapt our thinking, we need to adapt our concepts, we also need to adapt our approach to deterrence. We can use sort of the more classical approaches to deterrence, but we should update them with this understanding of these sub-threshold threats. Most of all, we need to understand the resilience part, how we build our defenses, how we build our societal and cognitive resilience, and then we also need to work on our responses. How do we operate in time of crisis, and what are the tools that we have? Basically, we need to learn to be more flexible and proactive in this kind of threat environment. But moving on to the other point, and perhaps closer to the topic at hand, and thinking about the international responses to disinformation and also how it looks from the perspective of our center. And it has already been said by colleagues here that this is a holistic effort. It's a combined effort. So it needs to bring together the various actors in the society, in the government, but also, and research shows this, that it's more effective most of the time when it's undertaken in international cooperation. And what can international cooperation bring to this? I'm just thinking from our perspective, from the hybrid COE perspective, we can share best practices, we can do capacity building, training and exercises, tabletop exercises to test some of these assumptions, and we can just overall increase the dialogue. Of course, our perspective is unique in a sense that it's very broad, and the point is to situate even this area of the disinformation or stratcom in the broader context of hybrid threats. There are then others who take a more specific look at disinformation. But this is what we can bring to the table. But I mean, I want to also point out a couple of other things in the international arena that are ongoing, and some of them have already been mentioned by Martina, for instance, because I think there's a lot of things happening at the EU level which we need to be really aware of and of course influence those initiatives as well. But the European Democracy Action Plan was mentioned, and that's going to be key in many ways when we start looking at how we are dealing with data, with big data, perhaps building on the GDPR, and how we are dealing with the platforms, social media platforms, and what kind of obligations, what kind of accountability we are bringing to those platforms. Related to this is the Digital Services Act, also in process at the EU level, which is, among other things, includes content moderation on social media platforms. In addition to all this, the fact-checking, myth-busting activities need to continue. There's good work being done both in the EU and NATO, and that should continue. And of course, hopefully even with a more proactive messaging of our own. And there should be a toolbox in a way. There should be an information manipulation toolbox which is in the pipeline in the EU, but also there should be this broader toolbox once again, because this is a comprehensive effort and a horizontal effort. We need to understand how these various domains interact with each other, and we need to be comprehensive with our responses. It basically means that we need to be able to manage horizontal escalation. So if something happens in the information domain, we might need to have different tools to counter that in other domains. And in this case, I mean us in the international community, in the EU and NATO. And this is my last point, just really want to emphasize the need to situate this in the broader context of security, of resilience, and of deterrence. And the key role that specifically the EU, but also NATO can play in all of this.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. And I guess our next speaker should also explain a little bit wider approach to strategic communication in terms of national security. Dr. Shashi Jayakumar, could you tell us how your COE for national security is looking at the strategic communication aspect of the hybrid warfare, or just our existence in general?
Indeed. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
It's an honor to be here to try to answer that question and to speak at the Stratcom conference organized by the ACSC and the Polish Ministry of Defense. I assume you are able to hear me. If not, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
I regret I can't be there personally. It's a deep regret because I was last in Poland in the year 1990. In Warsaw, I was a high school student trying to study with my team the effect of the fall of the Berlin Wall. The only thing I can remember about your beautiful city is unfortunately, Russian officers trying to sell us items like their watches. I still have one. The thing is, it never kept good time, and I realized soon after I bought it that the two hands of the watch did not move at all. I often think about this when I think about the information space. I have not been to your country, like I said, but I have been until very recently to close by to you, very close by, to other nations who say that they face a threat on their very doorstep. Whenever I'm briefed on these threats by knowledgeable people, usually from the military branch, the briefing usually takes the form of a lecture. I'm lectured on a few points. And the first is that I'm always told to understand that nothing has changed. The methods to influence, of course, use social media. They've evolved, but this is one addition within the full spectrum of active measures. And the toolbox itself dates far back, maybe to the Bolshevik Revolution, as people close by to you keep telling me. Being briefed like this, well, it seems to me that the hands of the clock have stopped again. Time seems to have stood still in many ways. And maybe not so much different from the East, when one tries to understand the toolbox used by the aggressor in the East. You have influencing people through proxy organizations, other organizations undermining the credibility of trusted actors or leaders, influence through proxies or cultural organizations, or, most damagingly, the claiming of relationships based on race or ethnicity. Singapore is, as you know, a multicultural country, but 75% of the population is Chinese. So that's the toolbox, and some of it will be very familiar to some of you. But on this ethnic point, very different from the Chinese in China, the Singaporeans are, but to many, including CPC organs, we are viewed wrongly as a Chinese country. And some would say, it's a country which should do China's bidding, or because of a shared civilizational history, be attuned to China's interests. This is their strike home. This makes it very difficult, increasingly difficult, for a small nation state like Singapore, which takes no sides in big power politics, to attempt to steer a narrative of an independent foreign policy. I don't have time to go into details here, but if you want to reach out to me on some of the most striking episodes when it comes to info ops in Singapore's recent past, it's been attempts to subvert the very independent foreign policy I'm telling you about at the governmental level, and below that, as social media means, to influence people to make themselves perhaps less certain about being Singaporean, cleaving instead to other ethnic identities, which would be very, very dangerous to us. We call this United Front tactics, a form of subversion which is at least as old from the same period that I mentioned earlier, not the Bolshevik Revolution, but certainly the communist victory over the nationalists in 1949, and subsequently the way the communists in that part of the world saw the world and tried to instrumentalize people whom they thought were their own people, but in fact were not. But before I get further into this point, I want to stress one point where we do things a little bit differently in Southeast Asia, and this is attribution. We don't generally in Asia, and certainly not in Singapore, call out the adversary. The political culture of attribution in Southeast Asia is quite different. Why is a long discussion? But this brings me to the type of attribution we have not seen within the last few days when a big foreign interference law has been unveiled. It's not been passed as law yet, but the accompanying statements by government officials hinted obliquely that the main source of its concerns are, and then certain illustrative examples were given in Australia, in the European Union. But these are clearly China-linked activities, but China was not explicitly named. This is the governmental culture. I don't mind you want to single out China. These are all kinds of things going on in social media, anonymous posts, subversions of peoples, ethnicities, and some of the closest neighbors, including Malaysia, have been fingered too. Indonesia, more driven by social media echo chambers, but the overall effect regionally is a growing cycle of intolerance, some of it fed by domestic political machinations. But in a plural, multicultural region, to forsake the pluralism that we once had means we increasingly see things in black and white, in a monochromatic way. I wouldn't say this is exactly the same as the far right's rise in Europe, but there are many, many conceptual similarities. The second part of my talk has to do with the bill, which you can look for it and you will find the full bill, 300 pages online. I'm going to summarize it for you in 45 seconds. There are certain powers given to government to order social media companies, including, I suppose, Facebook, to carry a message to warn Singapore citizens about HIC's, hostile information campaigns. Certain provisions which allow the authorities to stop access, basically blocking if you suspect that certain posts or campaigns are being done on behalf of a foreign principal. And most interestingly, technical measures which would compel cooperation from platforms, compel cooperation to share information. And what is most interesting is that this is anticipatory. The clauses are phrased in an anticipatory way. So if government suspects information operations might be about to take place, it can compel information sharing from the internet platforms. There are other clauses which I won't get into. If you would like to reach out to me regarding clauses relating to cutting off funding sources or politically significant persons being designated as such and having to disclose voluntarily foreign funding or what sort of foreign volunteers they use. That's all in the bill. I don't have time to get into it, but I want to show you the direction that Singapore is getting in. There was a stage, as you know, not that long ago, when the platforms were saying, we're going to take care of it, fake news and information campaigns. And by implication, they were saying, let our own community standards rule. That, at least for Singapore government, which we work closely with, although I can't speak for government, that phase is clearly past. It has reached the stage where certain governments have to take actions of their own. My personal comment here would be not to lump all those who come up with a law as authoritarian. It's clear that something had to be done, and social media platforms were not up to the task. The main word that the government has used with regard to the law is proportionate, which is important. It's not been used yet. But I do not think, based on what's been said, that it will apply to legitimate activity by Singapore citizens or even foreigners wanting to comment on Singapore politics. That's not the point. The point is hostile information campaigns. This is problematic in a way because Singapore wants to improve our StratCom capabilities and our internal resilience. But from the think tank perspective, when we're trying to share, we go to the West very, very regularly to share, compare notes. Unfortunately, there's a perceptual issue where Singapore and our think tanks are being lumped with the very, very authoritarian states, which is a pity. And I think nations, and certainly on the Track 1.5 perspective, should craft narratives better in terms of how and why they are defending the sovereignty of the information space, not just in Singapore, but we are near the front lines in terms of crafting anticipatory capability, even before the operation can be mounted, if the new law is a guide. And I think that's something we need to explain and share notes, including by others who are watching Singapore as an index case. The law is a huge law, and I think others might want to copy us. So I realize part of the panel is talking about resilience as well, and I don't want to leave this important point out. So I'm coming to the end now, but I want to say that one of the things that my center has benefited best is that when we've invited, well, people like, I won't name him, but good friends are in the conference, to share at a grassroots decentralized level, from the Baltics to the Scandinavian states, what is being doing in terms of, for example, guerrilla teams of fact checkers, and you know who they are, but there are many. This is very, very important to us because security discourse in Singapore has traditionally been top-down, necessarily so in the early years where existential survival was a problem. But increasingly when we face hostile information campaigns, the real issue is persuading the young people that there is actually an issue. Those of you who have known Singapore, who have been here, you know we are a normal country. Not just normal, we are super normal. Nothing of note security-wise ever happens. No terrorist attack, touch wood, although it's happened. But even that would be kinetic. You can count the costs, you can pick up the bad guys. Now suddenly you have this new vocabulary, influence operations, hostile campaigns. But to say that we are being compromised, security practitioners, we understand that. Western nations, you understand that. You face adversaries or potential adversaries every day. Not so easy in Singapore to suggest to young people who are experiential, aspirational, that a time may come when they are slowly being boiled like a frog, or that this, for that matter, might already be happening. And this is why we need to go out and get the best of your views and see what works in Singapore. I'll pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that deep insight. And right now, I would like to come back to the stage and ask Mr. Stanisław Żaren. So to share his perspective, you are usually at the forefront of the battle, information battle about the information environment security here in Poland. Could you share your perspective on what's happening here, and could you share your perspective on the international aspect of strategic communication?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. I have to admit that I was put under serious pressure by our hosts to speak in English today, so I accepted the challenge, and I hope my English will be enough. Just a few remarks. It's not easy to find something fresh and new after a few interesting speeches. But I would like to share with you some remarks which clarify our attitude to this problem, strategic communication, and the attempts to use information as part of wider operation against Poland. We as the secret services, we identify this problem, the disinformation, the hostile influence operation, as a matter of national security. It's also the task for our counterintelligence to identify people, assets who are engaged in disinformation against Poland. Of course, the Poland's secret services are doing their job by using secret methods, by using by writing and analysis which are classified. So I'm not authorized to say anything in details about their work. But in last years there were some cases, I find them quite interesting, which we decided to show in public, because Poland's counterintelligence is using some different kind of procedures to neutralize these disinformation efforts aimed at Poland. Poland's counterintelligence is using some kind of administration procedures to expel foreigners who were engaged in disinformation against Poland. We are also using some administration decisions to issue entry bans against journalists or diplomats who are engaged in supporting Russian disinformation operation against us. And we are also trying to neutralize some technical infrastructure that was identified as element of disinformation operation against Poland. A few weeks ago, Poland's counterintelligence detained few Polish nationals who built their own telecommunication infrastructure. This ICT equipment was used for ongoing disinformation campaigns, also those who were conducted by foreign secret services. So this few cases from our past show that we are looking for these abilities to neutralize this kind of threats. We are also, as counterintelligence, identify some individuals who are engaged strictly in Russian intelligence operation against us. One of Polish citizens who were detained last month was involved in spreading lies about Poland on the international arena, and evidence collected by Poland's counterintelligence show that he was one of the elements of spreading, of initiating some information operation on the European level to denigrate Poland. This is something specific related to the secret services. That's why I'm sharing this kind of information with you, to show that for us the countering the disinformation and organized information campaign is a matter of national security. We also find this kind of threats as targeted in the whole society. We are all aware of the power of information and I definitely agree with Mr. Yanis Sarts. We are after the digital revolution and which made this kind of measures more and more dangerous. And that's why we find also these campaigns as a threat for the whole society. We decided in last year to start much more intensive cooperation with media in my office to share with journalists and with public in Poland some examples and some narratives that are used by Russia to hit Poland and to destabilize our public debate. I agree with all participants that we are talking about threats that are strictly related to national security, and we have to be aware, and we have to find measures to counter it effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and actually that completes this introductory part, which took majority of our panel. But it was so interesting to hear all of you that actually sharing your perspective, this was what I was counting on hearing. But right now I would like to jump strictly to what you said, sir, about controlling free will. You mentioned technology will allow for this to happen. Is it really achievable? So should we really take that into consideration, that the technology will make it possible? And if so who will get there first? We to preserve it, or the potential adversary to take it over?
Well, the principle, I think, is already being under the evolution. So the idea is to, by using the big data, which, as we know, tells about us more than we would know about ourselves, and by using that, emit kind of signals that would predictably make us do one or another thing, and of course, hopefully have not hopefully for those who try to build that, have an AI to do that at scale. Many have heard of our experimentation that we've done 2.5 years ago in military exercises, where we tested out this concept during a military exercise, collected big data on soldiers, and then by understanding what their profile is, actually we're able to make them do what we wanted to do them during a military exercise instead of their commanders or what was in their best interest. And that was scarily successful. Small sample size, but I think the idea is clear. And I think with the advance of the technology, 5G, augmented reality, the data will be much more abundant. So the data will be there. AI is going to grow. So that's going to go that direction. Who is going to be there first? I think when I look at the Chinese social credit system, that is basically what's the essence of it, is you use all of that technology for a control of a certain sort of behavior that would end up in a probably more comprehensive way than it is designed right now. Well, the progress has not been that fast. We had recently a report on that, which kind of reminded me that China is a communist country, and that means that some of communist inefficiencies are observable there, so it gives me a bit of hope. On the other side, I think we are seeing some of the Western data companies actually quite fast going into that direction. But there, of course, it is about our own internal democratic debate. how far we are willing to let that go. And I think in that sense, I agree with Sashi that sometimes we, too much look on countries like Singapore, they're like this, and therefore we don't really pay too much attention. But I think we should, because I think they are forced to be at the forefront at being, almost alone to deal with that against a considerable risk. And some of the answers probably might be seen in there, probably not fully applicable, but I do think we'll be in that place where technology has a potential to control free will. And I think that there will be a close race between the Western companies and China in particular to develop that. And it will be a dangerous situation in my view.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Jayakumar, would you like to intervene?
I would come at it from the perspective of where social media gets us in the resilience equation. Yeah, I came at the study of this particular set of issues from a former governmental perspective, and when I was in government years ago, I studied violent extremism, radicalization, terror groups, and some of our friends, including the GEC, would realize that there are benefits and overlaps from looking at both the disinformation, fake news, and separately the violent extremism. When I looked at violent extremism, I see echo chambers and filter bubbles, which are to all intents and purposes technically different from those you saw for disinformation. But conceptually, there are many, many similarities. The problem with violent extremism and radicalization is that I've seen people de-radicalized through face-to-face interventions, resource-intensive programs. You're brought out of a polarized system of thought. In that field, I've never seen it done by online counter-narratives, even though there are many of them. A lot of money has been poured into that effort. Similarly, you take that thinking from all these redirect initiatives which exist in the extremism sphere, but now coming over to the disinformation, hostile information campaign sphere, because people want to know how to shore up their resilience. I have serious doubts about it. I'm not saying that things can't be done, but even when useful initiatives have come to our attention, it's more face-to-face contact, and the sociologists will tell you this, intergroup and intra-group contact, particularly in plural cosmopolitan societies where you're brought together to talk, not necessarily to agree. In fact, you may well leave the room disagreeing still, but you're face-to-face with people who seem to be equally rational to you, but to hold diametrically opposite, polar opposite opinions. And it's important for that process, which is actually critical thinking by another name, to continue to be important, and more opportunities need to be manufactured for this to happen in unforced and unartificial means. And that's not a social media issue at all. That's something that we used to have and we lost, and it's called discourse.
Thank you. I think the large chunk of what Stratcom actually deals with is actually measuring the impact of the influence activities, whatever they are, and measuring the actual impact on the target audiences is something that we very often lack in detail. So I would like to ask Dr. Bildziukiewicz, you deal with disinformation, countering disinformation every day. Do you have any data about what does it actually make to our audiences, the disinformation and then countering the disinformation?
Well, let me maybe start by saying that measuring the impact, and I'm sure other colleagues can share more information about that. So measuring impact is a very, very challenging task for many reasons. One of them being that disinformation is actually about manipulating human mind. So it's not very easy to see how the mind was manipulated, whether it was manipulated or not. What we are trying to do, for example, is to test whether particular narratives are falling on fertile ground. But of course, this is a challenge in itself as well, bearing in mind that the disinformation machine is designed to produce disinformation narratives tailored to particular audiences. So what falls on fertile ground in, say, Eastern Ukraine will not be as popular, for example, within the Polish audience. So this is a very, very, very complicated task. If I may also add to what my predecessor was saying, I would very much agree with the fact that face-to-face contact and people-to-people contact would also be an essential instrument to counter disinformation. However, for many reasons, this is not easy to perform. One of the reasons being that the information knows no, and disinformation, they know no borders, and they travel around the world with particular audiences being targeted, as I mentioned before, but also using very different tools to reach those audiences. And then another difficult factor here would be that, well, what do you do when the pandemic strikes, for example, when you're actually left to your own IT devices to have contact with the outside world. This is one of the situations where disinformation flourishes, and we have seen this for the past year and a half, unfortunately. Maybe I'll stop there because I believe that colleagues from Stratcom also would have a thing or two to say about that.
Thank you for that reply. And I was just thinking, so disinformation is only one of the threats that are there in the information environment. And looking at Mr. Hindren, so we have a particular exercise next to our borders, and there is a crisis at some of the borders involving the illegal migrants. So how could you refer to the challenge that is, for example, given by the posture management? So how would you address those issues that you don't have to communicate, you don't have to write fake news, fake stories in order to have an impact on target audiences, on particular target audiences in particular country or set of countries? So how would you address the challenge of having Zapad next to our borders or having the migrant crisis that is caused by a particular state?
Well, that's a great question. I think looking, for instance, at the exercises more generally, it's always about signaling. Any action is signaling, but exercises are definitely about signaling. Second point, perhaps, it's about testing responses, how the neighboring countries, for instance, how they would react in a given situation. And the next point could be it's about provoking a reaction if the country decides to go a bit further. And then finally, and this is sort of hypothetically or potentially, it could be a priming exercise where you basically set up certain things which you could then execute at a later stage. It could be basically a prelude to something else. But this is a real challenge, how to know if that would be the case. And in general, it's a challenge for our strategic warning and early warning systems.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
If I may, actually, when we look at the particular situation, especially on the migration, on forced migration on the borders, I think, in fact, we can take a lesson learned that the previous work on strategic communications in this area, as well as work on hybrid in Europe, has helped us to be far more successful right now than would have been otherwise. Two things. First, when the situation escalates on a border, think in terms what your actions communicate. And I think that was clearly visible then, that once you take the action that communicates, that will not be something that will succeed, has an effect. And I think therefore this Stratcom approach that has been kind of deliberated within the region has had an effect on the response. The other element, which might have been tricky, is the agreement or understanding by other nations what is really going on there. Didn't take time. It was quite easy, quite quick, everybody to agree that is a hybrid aggression. The states have the right to push back. Because if we think of 3-4 years ago, there might be a big debate whether, well, all of that is done by Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland is right, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think a lesson learned that we as a community have to take from that one particular example, it really pays off over the time. Although sometimes it seems as a futile process, really have to invest, and that is the crisis is the moment when you see the results.
What's very interesting is that clear attribution in this case was instant. So it was not a challenge in this situation. Sir, I see you, but I still have two important questions I need to ask to our panelists, and as soon as we will be done, I will give you the floor, I promise. Because I wanted to ask Mr. Stolz about the success story of Global Engagement Center, because you are very active at in the community, communicators community, across the alliance, across the entire region globally. We can see that Global Engagement Center is very effective in communicating, in understanding the information environment. So, and I look at the Global Engagement Center as a solution for a nation to build an entity responsible for engagement in the information environment. So could you briefly explain what's the success story? So how would you advise other nations to build on your experiences?
Well, thank you very much for saying it's a success story. We don't feel that way yet in the United States. We feel like we've just begun a very long-term challenge that we all face. And maybe we started a little bit earlier than some did. That's to our advantage, but there's so much left to do. I think one of the things that helped early on was a recognition that this cannot be done by one part of the government. This requires a whole of government approach. We have to bring in the defense ministry, we have to bring in the intelligence community, we have to bring in the diplomats, the foreign affairs community, and the domestic community to all recognize and work together on this and communicate. And we're still trying to untangle all of the bureaucratic red tape that always exists when you try to bring a lot of groups together. But I think equally important for us from an early stage was the international collaboration. This is a global problem. I often compare disinformation to cockroaches. I don't know how to say cockroach in Polish, but they will hide wherever they can be found, and if you shine the light on them, they will run away, but then they will reappear somewhere else. And it's very difficult to eradicate disinformation. It will always exist in the shadows and the corners, and it will find new ways to come about. And that leads me to another sort of analogy that I think might be appropriate in view of what we've discussed already today. When we look at the coronavirus pandemic, the first reaction of a lot of countries might be because of this threat. Let's close everything off. Let's shut down the means of spreading this virus and protect our own society. And there have been a lot of calls for that sort of thing, but nobody wants to give up international travel, international trade and commerce, education, the benefits that come from people interacting face to face. And so the challenge has been in a world where we are now very connected and want to remain connected, how do we also deal with this virus threat? And I think, the solution has been to study it, to analyze it, to identify where it occurs as best as possible, and then to give people vaccines to make them a little bit less vulnerable, although there remains some vulnerability. And I think when we look at disinformation as that sort of threatening global disease, it's always going to be a threat. The question is, how well do we detect it, and how well do we help other people, broader society, defend against it? Because we can't make it go away, we can't shut everything down, but we have to find ways to continue to thrive as free and open societies in an environment where there will always be people who try to take advantage of that openness to undermine the institutions that we rely on.
Thank you, sir. I think the COVID pandemic hit the communicators community quite hard, and we are still trying to recover. So I'm sure that there will be some lessons learned, best practices. They are already there. but I guess it's a topic, if not for one, for at least three conferences. It is so wide. But I would like to refer to one comment you've made. So the cooperation between Intel and strategic communication. So, sorry, Mr. Żaren, if I could ask you, as a national communicator representing special services, what would you expect from the international community and from the Stratcom community in general? What sort of cooperation, advice, coordination would you expect to have from the Stratcom community sitting in your chair?
So I think the most important field of cooperation is to identify the goals of actors who are trying to destabilize the West and our community. And we see in Poland that many of these campaigns which are targeted in Poland is aimed at destabilize the bilateral cooperation and relations between Poland and Lithuania, between Poland and states, between Poland and the whole NATO community, first of all. So what is important is to find the way to share our experience, share our the main narratives that we are identifying in NATO member states. I think it's very important to act jointly to counter this kind of efforts, to make aggressors be sure that we are not letting them divide. I think that we have quite good cooperation with Lithuanians because I remember a few cases when the both sides reacted quite rapidly on some kind of fake news, typical pro-Russian attempts. And I think that this kind of cooperation is the most important. What is important for me as a person who is trying to build in some way awareness in society is that I have to understand what is going on. The disinformation campaigns are not very easily to identify, and definitely they are not easily. The goals are not easily to identify. That's why this special structures in international field and of course in the nation, especially secret services, are the good institutions to help us understand what we are dealing with. And I would like to add one remark about the Zapad exercises, because it's quite interesting and it's quite typical for Russia that these exercises have a lot of layers. There are some political goals, there are some relations between Russia and Belarus that probably Putin wants to manage by these exercises. There are some typical military goals as well, but on each level there are two parts of the effect. The information or the disinformation campaign are related to all these layers, and it's quite typical for Russia that they are able to organize some real activities, military drills, some political events, and just to conduct some information campaign. And it's quite it's unusual and it's hard to imagine this kind of activities on the western side of the world. Definitely, Russia is a country who can arrange some real decisions, real procedures, just to conduct some disinformation operation. And it's hard to identify, going back to Zapad, which goals are more important for Russians, the real one or the information one. So that's one of the challenges for the analysts who are dealing with the Russian activities.
That's a great point. That's a great point, sir. Okay, thank you. Sir, sorry for keep you waiting. I wanted to frame the Q&A session. We still have 15 minutes, more or less. So if I can ask you to ask the question.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. So first of all, thank you for this great panel. I think it's really an example that there is an interdisciplinary, multi-institutional, and even cross-country cooperation in this field, and it's very important. I have two questions or kind of suggestions. Maybe I've worked for too long as a risk assessment guy or a red team guy, so I will try to steer the pot right now. Because I think that a lot what we heard just now is focusing on technicalities. On technology, I agree, yes, technology gives us amazing opportunities today, but ironically, at the end of the day, it's all about human-to-human interaction. And if we look at cooperation between countries, between our armed forces, when it comes down to human, we are excellent in it. But the higher we go in ranks, in institutions, throughout institutions, the further away from the center, the more problems appear. So it means that the problems are not there on the human-to-human in our, let's say, Western world. And now, my point would be that we ourselves give a lot of advantages and opportunities to our enemies or adversaries. How come? About 4 years ago, Mr. Yuri Bezmenov, aka Thomas Schuman, was giving lectures in the United States about how Soviet Union was literally destroying the United States from the inside. It was not about the money spent on covered ops, agents, spies. It was about demolishing American society from the inside. What he was talking about 40 years ago is happening today. So, if we look at China, I know it's not so popular here in Poland to accept that from different perspectives, Russia is not the biggest threat, but there are some bigger threats. Ironically, China is the single country who dared to say, President Xi Jinping said a couple of years ago openly during his foreign visit that China will decouple America. And we also have to accept it. And what Chinese are actually doing today, they don't even have to use disinformation and misinformation on such a great scale that, for instance, Soviet Union was doing it, because we open ourselves for them. All they have to do is to abuse, exploit what we create. They have millions of people educated in the West. They have millions of people living in the West. They have thousands of companies existing and working in the West, so they are here.
Sir, we need to get to the question.
So, okay, my point would be, what would you say about first going back to human, trying to understand that it's human, not the technology, what should really matter, and as the principle for upholding the Western values. And the second thing, why is it so that we in the West allow our adversaries to exploit our weaknesses and we exemplify those weaknesses? Even during the next panel, I could point out a misinformation. The rise of radical right was mentioned. How about radical left and the long march through institutions?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for those two questions. So we have two questions: human to human, and how is it possible that democracies are attacked by the use of the values that they are believing in? So who would like to take up the challenge? Okay, Dr. Bildzikiewicz.
I'd be happy to kick off answering those questions. And I need to excuse myself after I respond. I'm really sorry, but I will have to leave in a few minutes. I apologize for that. Starting maybe with the human-to-human question, I think all the technological developments that we are talking about and that we fear as well are exactly about how human brain operates, how humans behave. So it's not technological developments are not something detached from how we humans function. It is exactly about that. So I would say, yes, we can't really make this distinction. But let me maybe put a semicolon here and come to the very important point that was made in this intervention that, and I couldn't agree more really, we give a lot of opportunities for the perpetrators to actually use what we are building. And I think the Polish example, the example of the debate in Poland right now, is a very good one because I would say we are very, very polarized these days for many different reasons. And this is such a good, unfortunately, fertile ground for disinformation perpetrators to work in. And I think one of the examples that where we saw those polarized views and this polarization deepening even more is what is happening on the Polish-Belarusian border. Yanis mentioned that from the strategic communications point of view, I think he thought it's rather clear that the reaction of the Polish authorities and of Latvian or Lithuanian authorities was sound and appropriate. I'm glad that it looks that way from your perspective, Yanis, but I think when you look at the Polish debate, the internal debate, it has not been so clear from the outset, even though we knew a few months ago, thanks to Belarusian journalists, for example, such as those working for Nato, that there is an operation being prepared, that there are people flown from Iraq and from other countries by Belarusian authorities to be placed on the border and then to try to be I'm lacking the word, sorry, to pass through this border. And then we saw disinformation campaign in full steam against Polish border guards. There are still claims that we monitor every day, for example, fueled by Belarusian authorities and Russian authorities as well, or Russian procurement sources, that both Polish and Lithuanian border guards use violence against those migrants that were put by the Belarusian regime on the very border. Whereas we have footage from other journalists which shows exactly the opposite. So I would say every time such a controversial, let's call it that, issue is brought up in a polarized society, the seed is growing very, very fast. And this is something that is very worrisome, and this is something that we deal with as those trying to tackle disinformation really every day. And obviously, I named the Polish example given the environment that we are in, having this discussion, but it's absolutely not excluded to the Polish information space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you would like to respond, but yeah.
Sure. Well, that's the beauty looking at it from a bit of a distance. Of course, every nation had a debate internally about how to do, and there were elements that said it's complain too late and etc. But if you take a distance approach, yes, of course, there was a disinformation. How much did it stick? How successful was it? I think that is the core, and when I look at the societal reaction, yes, there was that, but it was less successful than you would expect it to be. And of course, there is internal discussion, but way less influential in my view than it might have been under the different circumstances. But what I would say about the democracy, yes, we have vulnerabilities, and I do believe what you, Martina, said about divisions of the society. That is a result of this digital revolution that we're facing, and as I see, it's still continuing. It's not going away, so that is continued to be our vulnerability. And if Polish society is divided, any society I've been looking at is asking the same question. So that's not a unique situation. There are variations. But I would tell you one thing. Authoritarian systems are having more vulnerabilities than we do. So yes, we will not be able to kind of shift the vulnerabilities because they are natural, endemic of the situation, What they do, so do they have. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. I would just shortly add, polarization comes with the technology. I couldn't agree more. We always differ in our views, any views, and the technology polarized us, and we'll beat them with our credibility. So the democracy will prevail. So I see one question, one person standing by the mic. 2 questions. We have 60 seconds.
Yeah, just enough to ask the question to Colonel Angelski. A very quick question that I think I can delete right now, because I was about to ask what role do you perceive for the military within the Stratcom framework, but I don't think we have enough time to discuss just that. And the other question was cyber domain, very popular now, is a domain on its own. Do you believe that it rather should be perceived as a part of information environment? And that's really the 2 questions I've had. Thank you.
That's an interesting question. We always have this discussion between the COEs, Riga and Helsinki, back when I was there in Riga. What comes first, the hybrid or Stratcom, in terms of understanding influence business? But Mr. Hindren, could I ask you to refer to the second question?
Yeah, I would just emphasize the same thing as previously, that it's all connected and it's all part of the understanding the interfaces. So in that sense, and talking about the military, whether you're from the land forces or whether you're for Air Force, naval forces, you should become more joint in your thinking, in your way of operating, and in your way of understanding these interfaces.
Thank you very much, and this is our red screen, so I guess we have to wrap up. I would like to thank you, for all of you, for the participation in this panel. Thank you for joining us, and I really hope that the next conference we will meet all in Warsaw in physical form, no more online meetings, and of course COVID allow. And I'm really hoping to get this another possibility. Again, thank you for joining us, and this was a pleasure to moderate this panel. Thank you very much. If I can ask you to stay in your seats for a second, I need to wrap up the conference, actually. I will switch back to Polish, so if you have your translating devices, please use them now. Yeah, I can't do it without my notes. Proszę Państwa, dziękuję, że zostali Państwo z nami do końca konferencji. Państwo tutaj na sali konferencyjnej i Państwo online, bardzo dziękujemy za to, że byli Państwo z nami, wysłuchali naszych 3 paneli. Rozmawialiśmy o komunikacji strategicznej, o komunikacji jako takiej, o bezpieczeństwie środowiska informacyjnego, o tym, co możemy zrobić, żeby zbudować tą odporność społeczną na to, co złego dzieje się w środowisku informacyjnym. Rozmawialiśmy o komunikacji kryzysowej z jednej strony, ale również rozmawialiśmy o tych takich bardziej przyziemnych aspektach funkcjonowania w środowisku informacyjnym, funkcjonowania w mediach, o współpracy rzecznika z dziennikarzem, dziennikarza z rzecznikiem, tej codziennej współpracy, budowania swoich kontaktów, budowania swojej reputacji i wykorzystywania tych rzeczy w tych przypadkach bardziej kryzysowych właśnie. Myślę, że kluczowym słowem naszej konferencji to współpraca. Współpraca pomiędzy instytucjami, pomiędzy sektorami, sektor publiczny, sektor prywatny, media, pomiędzy aktorami, pomiędzy tymi osobami, które są w środowisku, aktywne w środowisku informacyjnym. Rozmawialiśmy też o tym balansie pomiędzy transparentnością a bezpieczeństwem.